Streamed. I'd like to thank those of you in the room today and all of those watching via Council's social media channels. I'd like to open the meeting by acknowledging the Mayor, Portfolio Leader, Councillor Carl, Councillors, Chief Executive Brian Pidgeon, our General Manager of Planning, Mr Stuart Summers. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabul and Jarawar people, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. We have not had an apology from Councillor Summerfield. We thought she was joining us via Teams, but we're just not sure whether that's going to happen. So at this moment, she's an apology. We have no leave of absences. And before Councillor McMahon.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I actually need to request a leave of absence from 11 o'clock today.
Okay, yeah.
For this committee meeting to attend a funeral, actually. So if I could request that leave and then resume this chamber, should it still be going at the finishing of that funeral. Thank you.
Hang on, sorry, I'll just get the CEO. I'm just not sure of the process there, Councillor McMahon.
We just grant leave of absence in the council meeting, not the committee meetings. So we'll do it at the council meeting for you. I'll just make an apology. So just leave the meeting at that particular time. We'll just record that you've left the meeting at that particular time. That's fine.
Thanks, CEO. Councillor Shine?
Yeah, I'm just not too sure as a result of the CEO's words, but I'd like to seek leave again to attend a funeral, but tomorrow, and it's in Ipswich, so it'll probably be most of the day.
So you just be an apology for the committee meeting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like to just start the meeting by acknowledging the passing of Judith Durham from the Seekers, and today, sadly, Olivia Newton-John. And if you're a person of my era, that means quite a bit. And we were hopelessly devoted to them. Yeah. So we move to item number 3, which is the Councillor Merciless-Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. I have just received a message from Councillor Summerfield that she has advised of her absence today and is an apology for the meeting today.
Good. Okay, we'll record that. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Carol Taylor.
On tributes to people, I'd like to also for us to remember Tony Parsons, who was an author of renown and lived in Cambodia Shire, old Cambodia Shire, wrote 5 books on the Kelpie, which are much sought after, and also some novels. So he passed away at about 93. So I'd like to recommend that we remember him as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Appreciate that. Okay, so our first item is item number 3, the Temporary Local Planning Instrument Housing Supply Assistance Managers. Stephanie Clement, our Senior Planner, is going to take us through it. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, councillors. Today we're putting forward for your consideration Temporary Local Planning Instrument Housing Supply Assistance Measures. The purpose of this TLPI is to simplify and encourage the development of residential accommodation activities on appropriately serviced and located land within the Toowoomba region. The immediate application of these measures through the TLPI will address the current housing shortage and boost local economic development. As you would be aware, at its ordinary meeting of the 23rd of June, Council resolved to develop and implement a range of measures through the TLPI to assist residential land development in the region. In summary, these are varying the level of assessment from impact to code assessment for development of land in the emerging community zone that is also within the priority infrastructure area to facilitate residential development that would normally be anticipated in the low density residential zone, and to facilitate and manage the use of stormwater management systems for medium density residential development that requires stormwater flows to be captured and pumped to a lawful point of discharge. Also at this meeting, Council further resolved to develop a complementary suite of measures that include a reduction of application fees for development applications for operational works for a 12-month period, and also an incentives policy that in principle reduces the infrastructure charges normally applicable to a medium density development. The TLPI and the accompanying suite of measures are intended to bring more housing stock and other accommodation options onto the market sooner. Therefore, today's recommendation is that Council resolve to make the TLPI in the form of Attachment 1 to this report, that Council prepare the required material that must be given to the Minister for the TLPI, and that Council submit the TLPI and required material to the Minister seeking approval to adopt. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Stephanie. Questions for the officer? Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, of course. Thanks very much, Stephanie. Sorry, this is obviously comes from a fair bit of work that we've done in trying to increase the building activity and what have you. We're only at a UDIA function this morning where we heard of from the UDIA branch speaking glowingly of this coming to council and how that can assist what they're doing. So fully supportive of where we're going. I guess just from a community perspective, making sure that where we are, if you like, cutting down some of the red tape for the industry to put product to market, making sure that the community is aware of these zones, where they are and their intent of the zone prior to this coming to the table as well. So the intent has always been that it would be this level of development. It's bringing this forward in areas where infrastructure is available in emerging communities in the urban zone. So there shouldn't be a concern for residents. Is that a reasonable summary?
Yes, it is. We've got a number of measures in place to make sure people will be aware of the TLPI coming in and what will mean for them. Majority of the land is not subdivided to a point where people would reasonably put a house on it. So it's likely to have some development work done to it before the community are looking into buying houses. But yes.
And if
Thank
I
you
can
for
just add to that, that the maps are available in the report, so very clearly set out where those intended areas are. So, yeah, great. Thank you, Stephanie. Councillor O'Shea?
Thanks, Madam Chair, through you to Stephanie or potentially to Stuart or someone. The question I just wanted to ask or get some commentary around, it's on page 11 of 860 of Board Book. So just want to get a bit more information, or I suppose if you can talk us through what I'm talking about here is the risk management matters, and they're listed out there quite clearly. And what prompts my question, I suppose, is I just thought going back a couple of terms when we saw council looking to pull some levers, I suppose, to help with the development of, it was units at that time, and then potentially, the argument was the pendulum went too far the other way, and we saw some issues, which then the council later looked to try and create some, rectify those. So what thought pattern or what has staff put into this just in regards to, they're listed there, those risk management and how we can overcome those? I know it's a bit broad, but do you know what I mean? Like, I just wonder, we talk all the time just regarding the situation we have with staffing and things like this, and obviously by going to this where like approvals and things like that, extra pressures and things like that, that's probably just one. But I mean, just generally, have we thought about how we can mitigate those? Because at the end of the day, what we're trying to implement here is obviously for the betterment of the community, but then we just need to obviously look at these other aspects of it, I suppose, and ensure that there is that correct balance.
Can I just clarify, Councillor O'Shea, so are you talking about the design outcomes, or are you talking about the pressure to be able to assess and approve in certain periods of time, otherwise they move into the deemed approval, which is mentioned in these risk
Madam Chair, probably all of it. I mean, around
yeah.
deemed approval due to the tight time frames, having to refuse if they've been resolved. Just like to me, the risks that have been outlined here are very problematic and very realistic. So what measures do we have to ensure that doesn't cause concerns?
And the design
cause
outcomes,
issues,
which would cause so much a problem in the last time we tried to stimulate medium density.
Correct. That's
General Manager, would you like to?
As I said, it's probably a fairly broad sort of question, but do you know what I mean? It's just more looking at what we're trying to implement here and the outcome that we're trying to get, but at the same time, have we managing what those risks that do certainly come with this, because it's a big change or a swing from the approval process.
Can I just clarify? You're talking about medium density development?
Okay, well, I'll rephrase that. Can I get an explanation around the risk management matters that are listed here and how we've thought those through? So on page 11 of 860, sorry if I haven't made myself really clear on this, but that's just the part that sort of stood out to me. I just want to understand the risks that are associated with this, which are listed here from 1A, B, C, 2, 3, etc. They're listed out there. how or what have we got in place to ensure that they don't become an issue, I suppose, is the general question I'm asking, if that makes any sense.
Yes, thank you, Councillor, and through you, Madam Chair. I guess the main risks that are identified there relate to the assessment process for development applications under the TLPI. I guess there are a couple of scenarios there. One is that existing applications that we will see development that was going to be made, applications for development that was going to be made anyway, but it'll now be a code assessable application rather than impact assessable application. So in the main, there won't be a significant increase in the number of applications. It'll just be a more simplified process that those applications will go in. It is likely that this may generate additional applications. However, we're not anticipating that will be a significant number of applications, just that the applications that would have been made will now go through a code assessment process rather than an impact assessment process. That will remove some assessment burden. It'll narrow the scope of matters that need to be assessed. So from that point of view, it will hopefully, from a resourcing point of view, it'll be a positive impact. There are, however, issues around different timeframes and the need to make decisions within different timeframes. Look, I guess that will be managed within the overall systems that are currently in place and are used by the development assessment team, and we believe that they can be successfully managed with current resources, although noting that those resources are currently, there are a number of vacancies within the development assessment team, but I guess that team will need to manage that.
If I might, Madam Chair, I might just add to what he said, just from that DA perspective. Under the current scheme controls, of course, it's impact assessable, and it provides the officers with much more flexibility to be looking to secure information on those sites that might be a little more difficult. Now, what we've done here is we've sieved out a lot of those sites and they're not included in this TLPI. The more difficult sites haven't been included. So what this risk is addressing is still the issue that we are dealing with sites that were set aside as future and not specifically zoned. There may still be some issues that have not been resolved sufficiently, but the fundamental issues of infrastructure being available, the sites not being topographically tortured, and other elements that might create issues for an application that is now going to be code accessible rather than impact. That should be minimised. However, there is still that risk, and the risk, we had to mention those risks to be open, but it's something that obviously the DA team will handle in their usual efficient way. So I think the risks are highlighted, they're overcomable, and we have excluded those sites that would create a real risk if they were to be code accessible.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, just final comment I'll make on it. Yeah, and I guess that's the only point I'm sort of making. That's the only example I can think of in recent times was around when the goalposts, I suppose, were changed in terms of unit development. And then all of a sudden the pendulum went so far the other way that then council had to come back and try and we all know of some of the legacy issues we've seen in the past. So the intent of this, similar to that, was to stimulate industry and stimulate a certain style of development. And this is not the same scenario, but similar sort of principles. So I think it's important, obviously, that the balance of this is right. So as I said, so it works for community, but it also works for the assessors, it works with council, and you actually do achieve the outcome of what all this work we've gone through to try and achieve. That's all I'm highlighting.
It's fundamentally a red tape reduction exercise. Instead of being impact accessible with everything that goes with impact assessment, it's code assessment, and it's a much more bounded process, which should be quicker, more streamlined than the impact assessment route.
Yeah. Well, anyway, time will be the judge, won't it, I suppose? We'll see what outcomes we get from it.
Time will tell, is that what you said?
Thank you.
So, General Manager, I don't want to talk for Councillor O'Shea, but I would imagine he's asking, do we have the staff to, if we get a big rush, because this is going to do hopefully are we able to process it? Have we got enough staff? And are the outcomes, the design outcomes, going to be mitigated by better design or better controls on the design, and not going to end up with terrible, ugly outcomes? Would that be fair enough to say?
I think basically the same rules will apply. We'll be rolling out, trying to achieve the best outcomes possible. I don't see there being an instant rush. There will be certainly additional applications coming in that probably wouldn't have come in. However, I don't think it's going to overwhelm our DA area. I do hasten to add that illness has been striking DA as much as any other area of this council. However, by the time these applications come in, which it takes a good 3, 4, 5, 6 months for developers to actually get everything designed, everything sorted out, and then they lodge. So once this goes through, there'll be probably furious activity amongst the consultants of the region. The planning consultants and engineering consultants will be very busy for a while, and then those applications will come in. But they generally come in in a controlled way. We can also tell if there's going to be an issue with the pre-lodgements. If we get a rush of pre-lodgements, that may be an indicator of a rush of applications. It will give us a chance to think through the resourcing, and we can always look at ways and means of overcoming short-term resource issues if we know far enough ahead. And I think in this case, particularly with land development and subdivision, there's enough indicators ahead of time to be able to predict what's going to happen. So, but it is a good question you have asked, Councillor, and that we will be ready one way or the other.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor Shine?
No, thanks, Chair. I think my question really was very similar to that of Councillor O'Shea. Just want to see if I can get a specific answer to, or put it this way. In my mind, the criticism of the what we would now regard as the failed scheme that was brought in, 8, 9 years ago, whatever it was, related to the development of numerous hatchet block unit blocks on hatchet blocks in the city. Will this proposed change alter the restrictions that now apply to development of hatchet blocks in terms of the area of land that has to be left unoccupied, not built on in a hatchet block?
You're talking about very much infill development within the existing urban areas and using hatchet blocks?
Yeah.
No, council tightened up the rules on that. They're not being watered down at all, and particularly not in this TLPI. Okay. So the existing controls and planning scheme settings will remain in terms of medium density. I hasten to add, this TLPI is not doesn't include the incentives for medium density that will be coming through separately to council as a temporary policy incentive, and certainly that is not intended that will water down any of those provisions either to limit hatchet blocks, make them more difficult than they were originally.
I think that will be, if that could be made known, I think it would be reassuring to some people. It occurs to me as a layperson in this area that the change from impact to code, the biggest significance to the average person in the street is that they won't know about it until the building's built. The building is commenced. No advertising is precedes the work, and,
That's right.
and they have no facility to object to it. And people understandably resent that option.
And through you, Madam Chair, the land we're talking about are large parcels, greenfield site, that was set aside for future urban development. It's been thus for many years, probably in many preceding schemes as well, because many of the zones, or in fact all the urban zones, residential zones, are legacy zones from previous schemes. In the 2012 scheme, I don't think we introduced any new greenfield sites that weren't already earmarked one way or the other in previous schemes. So this will be the first scheme that the regional council will be looking at in terms of introducing new greenfield areas ultimately in the growth plan and through the new planning scheme. But Heath and his mighty team are working on that at the moment, and will be coming to council with indications and ideas of where those new greenfield areas will be. And there'll be lots of caveats and constraints on where that'll happen, of course, as we go forward.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things. Just on Councillor Shine's comments, the unit incentive was really not necessarily about the hatchet blocks. The hatchet blocks was something quite separate and able to be done, the unit incentive. And I don't believe it was a total failure at all. I think that just we got some good design and some very poor. But my comment here is when I see number three, the risk expressed by council engineering officers relating to potential maintenance issues for pumped stormwater management systems that can lead to malfunctioning stormwater drainage systems servicing development. We have had lots of comment in this room about this, and I thought this had been changed. And I cannot support if we are not going to change that drainage, because what it will mean is nuisance and impacts to neighbours. And we will, I remember when this council was first amalgamated, we inherited a sewage system at Westbrook where it was costing $60,000 a week to cart sewage from Westbrook to Wetulla. So, I mean, we really don't need to open ourselves up to ongoing design, and things like that are one issue. But when you're opening the door for stormwater issues, and particularly we've been through 4 major events since November last year, I would have thought we'd be a little bit more on the front foot there. And it has been discussed in this room that it's not recommended at all by the Transport and Drainage Planning people, and it is seen to be a very big risk. I'm happy to support the rest of it, but I had thought that we had changed this.
Through you, Madam Chair. Certainly there was a lot of discussion in council, and we went basically away from the charge pipe, the pure charge pipe situation, to this pumped situation, which is an approach being taken by Brisbane, I think Logan, various other councils. And it appears to be a system that works in a body corporate situation where the body corporate is charged with the responsibility of maintaining the system. You wouldn't recommend it, or it wouldn't be recommended for a private house or an area that we couldn't enforce the maintenance of. But council will be in a position to be able to, through conditioning, enforce the maintenance, and also ensuring that the community plan has adequate provision there for the body corporate to maintain the system. It's either that or council sets up a plan to retrofit stormwater throughout the older areas. Otherwise, the areas that council has identified for unit development will not be developable because of stormwater. That's the problem we face. We either allow it or we have a problem with achieving our goals.
Say a duplex or just 3 units, say small.
Yeah, a duplex is required to have a body corporate, but I agree with you, duplexes are maybe a possible a weak link. However, any development larger than, I'd say 3 or more units would certainly have a body corporate, active body corporate in place.
I hesitate to, I don't know how this is going to work, and I think we might be opening the door here for a lot of issues in the future.
But it was discussed extensively by councillors.
Yes, it was, and I thought we'd come up with something different to that.
And I mean, just further to Councillor McDonald's comment at the UDIA breakfast this morning, they praised this as a initiative that, 40% of the land that we've designated for medium density is not going to be, that in their opinion, built on because of the issues of getting rid of stormwater. So working with the industry to try and get a solution. So. Okay. Councillor Carl?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've been listening intently. Look, I'm happy to move the motion, but just a few comments. While we're on stormwater, my understanding is that body corporates do have a responsibility, and it is aimed at those larger type developments around medium density and infill and in greenfield sites in the emerging community zones, which are now will be code accessible under this TLPI. Just another comment around, Councillor Kerry made a comment around hatchet blocks. Can I remind councillors humbly that a planning scheme is a living document, and we will always, always, always have amendments. And temporary local planning instrument is exactly what it says. It's a temporary instrument to get us through a gap period while we undertake planning scheme amend or a planning scheme review, which is a lengthy process. So to try and aid our community and the situation we're in with housing and housing choice and developable land, we've implemented this system in the gap. So there'll be further phases around design and design parameters around medium density specifically, and for a very good reason, because you've highlighted, and Councillor James highlighted a very good example around legacy, around where we found some shortfalls on design. So we made an amendment back then as well. So as far as the risks, I listened to, and I might add, point 2 in the risks, there is nothing new to planners. They're dealing with the pressure of an expectation that because it's code accessible, it'll be approved. Welcome to a planner's world. I'm glad I'm not a planner. So some of that will be covered off, as Stuart, as the GM has rightfully said, around reporting. And we have our monthly reports, and when we start to see, that's council's responsibility around resourcing always in all areas of business of council. So we need to keep an eye on it if there looks to be a rush. But the other thing that I really like about this is the fact that, and the GM alluded to it, we've weeded out a lot of the too hard basket land for now. This is in the vicinity of infrastructure, it's developable, and some of it will have challenges around stormwater, no doubt, and that's where we need to be vigilant about our pump system for, larger type developments, because there is a responsibility, and it's an enforceable one under our planning and regulation, and further on down with compliance. So in all, I think I'm really happy that this council have looked like, we've yet to decide and be ratified next week, but look like we've made some right steps in aiding our community. And I say our community, I err with caution to say the industry alone. Yes, the industry build that physical community, but our community lives with the legacy. So I'm rather proud of the fact that this council have made some positive steps to fill the gap in a time of need, and we're getting on cracking with developing the new planning scheme and design parameters as part of that phase. So I commend it to you, subject to further discussion and debate.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Well said. Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. I do have a couple of questions. They're both fairly easily answered, but I think just before we do this, is the community's been saying we need house blocks now, and the industry's saying we need less red tape. And in my opinion, this does exactly that. It saves our developers a couple of years' worth of paperwork and gets the blocks hopefully brought to market now, and working with our community to get more house blocks. And I dare say land labelled emerging communities has probably risen in value significantly in the last little while, or will do. My questions, Stuart, I think you mentioned one of them, exactly what I was asking before. We passed a range of measures. These are the ones in the TLPI. The other ones concerning the discounts on operational works, and that's a separate report that will come to us, or is that just done by council, or that will be another report?
In terms of the incentives for medium density, yep, that'll be a report, a separate report that'll be coming to council September. Yep, around
Easy.
September.
Second question, thanks for that. Do we have, and I have seen in a previous report, but not in this one, the total amount of blocks that this will create in all those emerging communities, zoned land combined, and has there been any debate over those total number of blocks?
The figures?
You do have the figures? I've
Sorry?
seen the figures somewhere.
Yeah, there are definitely figures, and
Oh, no, that's right. I thought you might have known off the top of your head.
and we've been discussing that with, and I think even today there's a discussion going on between LAO and UDIA members, looking at those figures, and there hasn't been a lot of noise about the figures to this point in time. Very conservative. We've been very conservative in the figures that we've produced, indicating what the emerging community zones might produce, because we're not, as I said before, we're not looking to convert all the emerging community zones, because not all of them are simple and straightforward. But certainly the ones that are included, and yeah, we have numbers, and I think council has got that, but we can certainly send up some additional figures out to councillors.
I appreciate that.
To reinforce
Look,
that.
thanks to Stuart, you and your team, and Megan, you and your team for getting this to where it is. I think it's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other further questions for the officer? Can someone move? The recommendations are there before you. I won't read them all out, but the three recommendations. Someone move those three recommendations. Councillor Carl, seconder. Councillor Von Hoff. Anyone want to go into debate? All those in favour? Those against? You against, Councillor? No. Beg your pardon. It's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you, Heath, and to all your team for the work. It's really, as Councillor Carl said, it's very heartening to think that we're going to be doing something in this time of need. Okay. Item number 4 is the Toowoomba Region Future, Shaping Our Future Engagement Findings, Recommendations, Preferred Growth Option and Strategic Framework for the new Toowoomba Region Planning Scheme. Carl Bock, Senior Planner. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, councillors. So this item deals with the Shaping Our Future engagement activities that occurred during May and June of this year. The report provides an overview of the engagement activities undertaken and the key findings. Attachment 1 to the report contains a detailed engagement report which records all the engagement feedback and officer recommendations for each piece of feedback. From a growth plan perspective, the report lists the key engagement findings in regards to the 2 growth options. The report also recommends that we approach the growth plan with a hybrid approach. So the hybrid approach is one which commences with the new communities growth allocation and transitions to the convenience growth allocation approach in the later part of the growth plan. So that being new communities approach for the first 15 years, convenience approach for the 15 years after. In terms of the urban footprint for the growth plan, it's recommended that we proceed with utilising the urban footprint for the new communities to allow for sufficient future land availability. From a strategic framework perspective, the key findings and officer recommendations are listed in the report. The report identifies a number of changes to be considered during the planning scheme drafting process, which would then result in the strategic framework being updated and then being re-exhibited as part of the formal consultation phase for the new planning scheme. As such, the report recommendations are focused on seeking council agreement for the draft strategic framework to be modified in response to the issues raised from the Shaping Our Future engagement in a manner that's detailed in attachment 1, and that council adopt a hybrid approach to the management of growth to 2051 as detailed in the report. And thirdly, that council approve for the notification of stakeholders and submitters of the changes being made to the draft strategic framework and preferred growth plan.
Thank you, Carl. Questions? Councillor McDonald, Councillor Carl.
Thanks. Pardon me. Thanks, Madam Chair. Probably a comment first, and then a question. Thanks very much, through you, Madam Chair, to Carl. The engagement seems to be quite strong. So from a community's perspective, going out for this second round, if you like, of consultation seems to have hit the spot with over 1,000 points of engagement, 2,200 recorded, 1,500 surveys. So that seems to be a good result. Would you class it as a good result from a feedback perspective?
Yeah, it was a very comprehensive engagement program, and the engagement levels were quite significant. So we've received good feedback, and we've had the added benefit of starting to get some really strong links between the growth plan and strategic framework, which has provided some really good feedback that'll feed into the drafting process.
Just another, so it's the first part. Second part is on page 98. It looks at the themes, key themes that emerged from the growth plan and growth projection around the population and growth, whereby we've used the medium to high projections, and the state government have been quite happy with that. What have we used in the past, and what were the reasons we've used medium to high projections?
Yeah, so that's a good point. So the growth plan's utilising a medium to high projection. The state government's confirmed that they agree with that approach. Historically, growth planning's been based on medium growth projections, which has been largely attributed to what the historical trends have been and the projections provided by the Queensland Government State Statistical Office for growth.
So, Madam Chair, if I could, so the ABS data that's come through since this had started to roll through, has that reinforced your projections, or is it questioned them?
Yeah, so the projections that we've utilised have carried forward projections from 2016. So we had figures or estimates for 2021 and based on medium high, and the ABS data correlates with those figures.
Brilliant. Last one from me, Madam Chair, if I could. On that same page, it talks about core community values, which are probably no surprise, I have to say, around the minimum loss of vegetation, traffic congestion management, and preservation of regions' heritage, character and identity. And I'm noting that today is not the day to prosecute any of those. That's when we get more in the dive into the greater detail for the planning scheme. But was anything out of what we've had from feedback a surprise to you or the officers, Carl?
Yeah, so those core values, we've had a solid understanding of those for some time. They've fed into the existing planning scheme. They're founded on good, sound, logical planning approaches. I guess the emphasis on character is still coming through. So that is important for identity and character for the region and what makes the region what it is. The balance between growth and expansion into agricultural lands, environmental lands is a known factor, and that's something that all cities and regions need to address in their planning.
Thanks, Carl. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carl?
Thanks, Chair. Through you to Carl. Carl, I do have a question about this hybrid scenario and the reason, and you highlighted the reason why I'm going to ask my question. And that is, you said the first 15 years would be under the new community scenario and the second 15 years would be under the convenience scenario. My question I'll ask now is, how prescriptive are we on those timeframes? And I'll give a reason why, and that is, if it's overly prescriptive, I fear that we, in 5 years' time, let alone 10, and then don't even imagine 15, we will be exacerbating traffic and accessibility issues to our core centres and CBD. If we don't give priority to those major centres and the sensible, logical development and accessibility for people within walking distance. So I guess it goes to the heart of my question. How prescriptive are we on that? Or does common sense kick in? And, you know, we've undertaken the growth plan to influence how we strategically approach this planning scheme and subsequent planning schemes over the life of this growth plan. So, yeah, I'm really interested to hear.
Yeah, just for clarification, so when you're talking about how prescriptive, is that in terms of the precise allocation figures over the two periods, or?
No, not that at all. It's how we put weighting and how this council decides on how it either incentivises or facilitates under those two scenarios, and this has been my argument all the way along. If we go heavily on a growth scenario, what we're projecting to our current community residents is a bring forward cost to the existing community, because it costs more for infrastructure over the 5 networks to go in the ground, above the ground, what you see, what you don't see, under a growth scenario holistically.
Yeah, okay.
So that's why I have some concerns.
Yeah. So the approach, by applying a hybrid approach, commencement with new communities, transition to convenience, is one to deal with two dimensions. One dimension is to transition to convenience. The sooner we get to convenience, the better. But ultimately, there needs to be a transition from the market. And the planning policy and the setting needs to be able to accommodate what that transitional period will be. And that needs to be aligned with or to inform our infrastructure planning in a manner that can be done in a way that's affordable, sustainable, and allows for appropriate levels of infrastructure to respond to what the market need is, without over investing in infrastructure when the transition will move to a new model.
So I get that, Carl, but if we say the emphasis is on growth in the first 15 years, I can just imagine the discussions in a pre-lodgement meeting or around a planning table or with a planning consultant on behalf of their client, with an emphasis on growth. Therefore, I just wonder if the convenience model, and let's face it, are we putting, you know, there'll be challenges with convenience, and one of them's already been mentioned around character, but if we don't develop around our core activity centres, our primary activity centres, we will not end up with a suitable housing choice or range for people who want to stay and live in their community and not have to be ferried away 2 or 3 hours to a retirement village or an old age home or something like that. So I am concerned. It will be for this council, and I stress this council, how we start this big ship on its course over the life of this growth plan, which will be revisited, no doubt. But you can't undo some things easily. Councillor James mentioned a legacy here before, and it was a tiny one called duplexes compared to this. So I do express concern around what emphasis, if it's genuinely a hybrid, are we going to add equal weighting to the consideration around how things develop? Because the pressure, the easy option is just open up more land because you don't have to deal with other stuff. And that's what we hear from about 3% of the sector, the development sector, who have unrealistic expectations on the present day communities' affordability to service or to provide that infrastructure.
I'll get Carl, I'll just get the General Manager, Carl, if you don't mind, to make a comment there.
Yeah. Councillor Bill, you're suggesting we're hastening too slowly, is what we're saying about moving to a consolidation model. Is that what you're saying? And the consequence of doing that is an imposition of the costing for the rolling out of infrastructure into the greenfield areas, and it will also require investment by main roads in secondary access to highfields and all that sort of stuff. And I think there'll be a lot of people agreeing with you in terms of the better emphasis towards consolidation, particularly from an ecological viewpoint and as well as that cost of infrastructure. However, I'll put it in terms of the ecology of our existing urban areas is one that's very sensitive as well. And it's how we bring the community with us in terms of that consolidation that will be important. There are probably areas that are a little easier, those that are quite close to the margins of our CBD. And certainly I know that Michelle is keen to look at some strategy work to be done in those areas, maybe to encourage higher density closer to the Toowoomba CBD. But as you move into your communities, and even with the nodal strategy we have at the moment, there is still that pushback from the community that we will be facing, and we really do have to be smart about how we look at the development of medium density. And one of the issues, of course, with incentivising, and it happened last time, was that there was a bit of a land rush. Started off slowly, but ended up a bit of an avalanche, which was a bit hard to control in terms of quality. And we saw what happened. The community reacted very strongly to that, and we have what we have at the moment in our scheme. So I think what you're saying is no one would disagree with you at all. We need consolidation. We need to improve the numbers in terms of our redevelopment and medium density. It's about how we do it. It's a strategy that is critical there. And so as a consequence, in terms of looking at greenfield versus, I suppose, infill, we're saying, softly, softly, catchy monkey.
Stuart, I don't disagree with you, but however, you've just articulated what I suspected. It's all too hard to develop in brownfield, and it is a natural progression for a city of this size. Yep. And it is not a reasonable argument, in my view, for the areas that need to be redeveloped and give people choice. When I'm 70-odd year old, I'd like to be within walking distance of the shop. because
Yep,
my
you're not the
licence,
only one.
at 80, if I'm lucky, I probably won't have my licence. So, you know, it's not a reasonable argument not to consider and say, oh, it's all too hard and that's sensitive. There has not been a city that hasn't dealt with sensitive issues around sensible housing choice in a timely manner, and just to push it out. And you said it, greenfield versus brownfield or infill. It's not, it should never, ever be that. And I just hope this council puts enough, facilitates enough measures and incentive for the sector to pick up on the opportunity to provide quality living and housing choice in these areas close to major centres for those reasons. It is not a reasonable argument for people who live in these areas to say, oh, just push it all out into the burbs, because I can tell you what, those major thoroughfares where you want to try and get to your work will be congested horribly in 5 years, let alone they are already congested. And we're behind the 8 ball on some of our major growth fronts, in my view. So that's why I'm prosecuting this. I would hate to see us go blasé and fall back on, oh, you just let it go through, it's a greenfield or in emerging communities, when we have the opportunity to build some really smart communities. Dare I say, the Highfields Town Centre and the exercise that we went through there has the potential to be a really smart community, and I think that can be duplicated if we work closely with the sector and we provide enough facilitation and incentive to do so. I'd hate to see us drop the ball.
And don't forget, Councillor Carl, that, you know, it's not just all expansions. It's expansion with the, you know, good parks and recreation shops and around centres and things like that. So it's not just swathes.
Councillor
housing.
Megan, I absolutely agree. However, I won't name a recent example, but it was pushed at us that all of these facilities would be provided in a multi-stage development, a massive development. Well, guess what? The reality is those facilities don't come until the last stage or few stages of that development, and that's 15 or 20 years. So what we're creating is a diabolical circumstance where people have to drive on a congested road because all the suburbia, the cheap options are developed first before the facilities are put in place, because the private sector can't afford to put the stuff up front because the people aren't there to use them. That's logical. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, fair enough. Good
Yeah,
point.
just it's a good time to just clarify with the new communities and both the convenience options, they're utilising same planning principles. They're just applying growth allocation to different growth fronts. So under the new communities, we're still applying the same principles that we apply to convenience around building better communities, complete communities, as opposed to sprawling areas. It's a matter of the growth allocation to different growth fronts at different points in time. So what we're suggesting with the hybrid approach is that we utilise the new communities, so the growth allocation allows for the creation of, I guess, complete communities at those urban fringe areas for our priority growth areas, and we transition to higher allocation rates within our existing more developed centre areas.
Councillor,
I think-
thanks, Carl. Councillor Carol Taylor.
Hang on. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at our draft strategic framework here, I've spoken many times about how, and thank you for putting Mount Kent in here, it's most important that all that, 40-something million is going to be spent over years with the astrophysics and space program in that area and down the range. So I'm happy to see that we've got that there, at least for that to be protected going forward with the night sky, and that's most important. But my concern here, I've mentioned many times when we've had our workshops on this about how South Australia does development and protects significant vegetation, significant trees, and their developments are planned around them. Now, in here we've mentioned things like emerging trends, tourism, biodiversity, climate change, greenhouse gas, and nowhere in there do we mention anything about endeavouring to try to maintain significant trees and vegetation in some of these areas. And I'm not talking about every tree. People think you're a tree hugger if you go out and talk, oh, look, a little spindly old tree that doesn't make any difference. But if you have, and I can show you photos, and I think I've sent them to people, of significant trees that have been there a long time and they've been used, retained, and the development's been put around them so that they're in the public space. And it's not rocket science. South Australia does it very well. I was quite shocked, actually. It's a hot state, and it does it. And, you know, I drove around for a whole day having a look at those things, and I'd like to see us at least be aspirational around that. It's better for development, it's better for communities because it retains the moisture, the shade, and also the amenity of the enjoyment of looking at those large trees. What we do here at the moment, and it nearly breaks your heart, is it's easier to knock them all down, and then you've got a small block and nobody can plant a big tree, so they've got little trees. You haven't got, like we've got the opportunity at Highfields, as Councillor Bill says, to put significant trees with room to grow. Our streets are getting narrower, and you can't put substantial trees. They haven't got enough room. We can see what it's costing us at Russell Street to dig down to put reasonable cells to ensure the life of a tree. So why would you not try to protect a tree? It won't be able to happen in every circumstance, but why would you not try to protect a significant tree that's over 100 years old on a piece of land where there's a development? It can be done, and I'd like to see us have that as an aspiration in the strategic
So we've
framework.
had a fair bit of conversation about that during the workshops, but I'll get the General Manager to make a
Just very
comment now.
quickly, very much hear what you're saying, Councillor, and believe it or not, there are a number of trees that have been identified over the past that have actually been isolated and kept out and maintained. And there's a classic example in West Street where there's an old marked tree that's been retained, and it's on its own little island of land, and that's in Clive Berghofer's estate there. But I think the time to look at the issues that you're talking about really is the strategic, is before we even zone the land. It's the stage we're at now. In terms
Indeed,
of when we're growing.
sorry, Stuart, to interrupt you, but through you, Madam Chair, and that's why I'm mentioning it. I have mentioned it before,
Yep.
and I'd really like to see some energy and commitment to trying to do that.
And the discussion will come when Heath brings forward the more information about future growth, where we're going to grow to. And one of the major constraints, of course, today is ecological. Probably wasn't a major issue 20 years ago, certainly is today. And that'll be a major driver in terms of the direction in which we look for new greenfield sites, so that we're not confronted with the conflict of urban development at 500 or 600 square metre blocks versus nice established trees, which we have at the moment because that wasn't a priority 20 or 30 years ago.
No.
When
But we
areas
don't
were
have to
zoned.
reinvent the wheel, if I could have just a follow-up there. South Australia, Mount Barker, small blocks, but steep statement trees that actually make it look like they've been there forever. Smaller blocks and perhaps narrower streets, yes. But, I think we should have that aspiration, and I think we should have some kind of an incentive around that, because it runs into the biodiversity too, because you've got sugar gliders, you've got, everyone's on the koala thing at the moment, and so they should be, but there's other creatures that we need to protect as well. And when you cut down a significant tree, you've taken their habitat.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. I've just spoken to the General Manager this morning about convening an information session about what our position on koalas is going to be here in the Toowoomba region and what we can do and how it will then feed into the planning scheme. So Watch this space, yeah.
Mentioned, thank you very much for that, but I mentioned that whilst we say koalas, what we protect for koalas
Other
actually
species.
protects a lot of other things as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah. Councillor Shine.
No, thanks, Chair. I just noticed the page 99, one of the 11 attributes describe what a vibrant, inclusive and livable region looks like includes the topic of health or healthy environment. And further on page 102, one of the findings related to public health. Just make the comment that that seems to reinforce the validity of Council's decision at the last ordinary meeting in terms of one of the motions being sent to the LGAQ conference later in the year to include the criteria of public health as one of the considerations to be taken into account in relation to development applications in the future.
Just a comment, Councillor Shine? Thank you. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Carl, first of all, thanks for getting this to where it is. I think at the start, the community didn't really understand the difference in those two terms, communities and emerging communities and convenience. And I think you've managed to get that in front of people, get it clarified well, and over 1,000 people in the consultation is good. So thanks for that. I suppose my question is not dissimilar to Councillor Carl's. So 15 years from now, 2037-ish, we are a quarter of all blocks are infill and emerging convenience. What does that look like for Toowoomba City? Keeping in mind, I've seen convenience done really well down here where, you live in South Towers and you've got your gym, your coffee shop and your local MP's office 3 stories below you. But 25% of all our blocks, Councillor Carl mentioned the road congestion, things like height limits in the CBD. Is it going to be high rises? Do you have any thought on that? And do we need to update those policies as well?
Yeah, so I guess, so from the height perspective, there's no height restriction at this point in time. There's going to be considerations there from a physical building ability and economics around what that height will be. I think typically what we have in terms of a height to date is what the market's suggesting is achievable from a physical build perspective and economic perspective. That may alter slightly, but I'm not necessarily sure about whether that would be substantial at this point in time.
Sure, but certainly closer to the CBD, we could see Oaks Height kind of residential developments on every other now current house site, theoretically. Yeah,
look, there'll be a scattering over time. So obviously when we're accommodating more people in apartment-style accommodation, we're utilising less space, so we'll probably have scattering developments as opposed to blocks of apartments.
Just interesting.
Just have a
Thanks.
real quick
Comment from the
That's
Chair Manager?
a fascinating question, Councillor. It's always a good question to ask when you're preparing a planning scheme and a set of controls and what is it that we're trying to achieve through these controls, and that sort of question should be asked. What sort of community we are looking at, and certainly Councillor Bill has gone some way to describe what infill could mean. It means greater vibrancy, greater spread of demographics, access to community and social and commercial facilities on foot, hopefully. So you get that greater vibrancy, much busier area for pedestrians and movement of people around your activity areas. So that's what probably you're looking at. In terms of high-rise, the 2012 scheme had a planned height of 6 stories out on the periphery of the CBD, and inside the CBD is 12,
Right.
a planned height of 12. However, you know, if there's an eager beaver that wanted to do more than 12 and could make it pay, obviously council would look at it because it's a planned height, not a mandatory height limit. However, and as Carl said, or maybe it was yourself, the market and the costs of building high-rise determine different levels, and 6 to 7 levels is a cost break. Go
Sure.
beyond that and there's a big jump in costs to go higher than that, and then it goes on. More relevant to places like Brisbane, the Gold Coast, and where they're confronting that sort of issue every day of the week. Thankfully, we don't. But they were very good questions, and I think certainly we're open to the market. We have an incentives program in the CBD to encourage development that's creative and maybe many multi-stories. Yep, we're looking forward to that, and that's sort of I think, the vision.
Yeah, it'll be
that we have.
fascinating as we move through it. If I can make 2 really quick comments, Chair. The first one is the Highfield situation. I don't think many councils get to design a city from scratch, and I think that's super exciting where we're going with that, and I look forward to the continued work. The second thing is, and it has been said already, we need to continue to take the community on this journey with us, because everyone I talk to from the city says less subdivisions in koala habitats, more infill, until it's your next door neighbour where they're building the high-rise. And so I think we need to have the ongoing conversation with our inner city community that, hey, we can do this, but, you know, if it's your next door that's going to have the 6-storey building, that's what we have to live with. But anyway, that is a comment.
Just to clarify as well, so with each centre and growth around that, so each node or growth front, the intensity or intensification is going to vary. So obviously in the city centre, we're talking more apartment style, high-rise type accommodation. As we move to activity centres further from the city centre, we then transition into unit complex apartment townhouse style accommodation to suit the character of those areas.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you. First of all, I'll say that I resoundingly support Councillor Taylor's comments about the biodiversity. And I understand that that's a conversation really to get into next, but we'll keep saying it at every opportunity so that it's heard loud and clear. And I understand that some of the issues that are horrifying the community are historic approvals. And as you said, Stuart, even 10 years ago, the community's approach to vegetation was very different to what it is now, and it's beholden on us to really be the custodians of the environment. So that's the first point. My question, Madam Chair, is, so looking at this report, we've done the community consultation. 47% of those 1,000 plus said we want convenience. 43% said we want new communities, and the rest were undecided, the 9-something% undecided. And so we've landed on what we call the hybrid approach. As a general principle of decision making, it's not a good approach to split the difference. And I just want to have a conversation about, have we split the difference here? Because I look at this report and page 51 of board books, there's one paragraph that I think is the justification of what we're doing and what we're hanging our hats on. And it talks about infrastructure capacity, fragmentation of land holdings, and then this one actually concerns me, divided opinions on community and market acceptance of attached housing, because, you know, that's our job to manage that and to work with the community, as it's been said. So we have to have really robust decision-making principles around which we are able to justify our decisions. So then we're left with infrastructure capacity and fragmentation of land holdings. Well, infrastructure capacity again is on us, largely. So have we split the difference here?
Yeah, good question. So we're not splitting the difference. So the both options, they're not too different in the fact that they're founded on the same principles. The point of difference is where we allocate growth in terms of the growth front. So the key distinction is that we can allocate growth over time with a focus to allocating that within built-up existing areas, or we can do that by allocating growth to new growth fronts, new release areas. And within those two ends of the spectrum, we can do that at varying rates and degrees. So what we're suggesting with the hybrid approach is we're looking at growth allocation along that spectrum based on the same principles and intentions, planning direction, but we're allocating growth fronts at different rates through the hybrid approach. So both the new communities and convenience, they're more or less allocating growth at a higher rate to what the hybrid is. It's just the hybrid is transitioning to address some of those issues that were raised around the ability of the industry and the market to move to the full convenience option.
Madam Chair, can I ask the General Manager if he's good? Thanks very much for that, Carl. GM Stewart, do you have anything to add to that?
I have a lot, I could say, but I'll try and keep it short. Just to take a step back, in terms of urban development generally, whether it's new, whether it's infill, we're totally, in the economy and in the system we're in, we're totally reliant upon the private sector. Private investment, the banks, everything that goes with it. And we had a pretty good summary this morning at the UDIA breakfast as to the levers that we have and the levers we definitely don't have, and particularly in inflation and cost of materials and God knows what else. How we are reliant. So the council's job is really to try and set standards, set an approach, set the community's expressed desires for the look, feel, and arrangements in which we live. So, and that that's what we try and do, and try and do it in a way that's clear, in a way that doesn't fetter too much the private sector, and it's a very difficult line to walk, to be honest, and it's especially difficult in existing urban areas. But that's where the gold is, that in terms of getting a better functioning urban environment, that's where the gold is, but we've just got to do it properly. We've got to be able to know how to incentivise or encourage or allow the private sector to do what it does best, and that's to do things, to build things, to sell things at the right price. But in doing that, it's very difficult, and I think we're probably deluding ourselves if we think that we can fine-tune it to a degree that would allow us to say, well, look, we're going to have that much growth in the greenfield areas and this much in built-up areas. It's very difficult, but it's doable, and it's generally doable over time, and it's a matter of continuing to talk to the development industry, feel and understand where the problems are, and try and operate at that level without selling out, to use that term. So I hear what you're saying, and yep, and I think that's what we're attempting to do in this scheme and this option. when you say split the difference, it's not that precise. We're not going 50-50 or 40-60 or whatever. We can have objectives, we can have statements that say we want, this is the direction we want, but then we've got to set the parameters, and that's where the real work is. And we're talking about the strategy at the moment, and we're having a really good discussion about that. But the real discussion will come a bit later on when we're fitting the shelves and the doors and the windows to this planning scheme as to how we're going to try and achieve that strategic outcome. That's the very important part, and particularly with our greenfield areas, we'll need to look very closely at just where we push growth, new growth fronts, so that we do take care of the ecological issues. And there are ecological issues everywhere. It's going to become a balancing aspect, a bit like Councillor Carroll was talking about. So it's a difficult job that Council has to reach a policy in the context where you're not actually doing the building. We're doing it to try and encourage and lead and cajole and persuade the moneyed quarters of the economy and the developers and the development industry and the buyers and all those other people we don't have any direct control over in our government system.
So Stuart, listening to that, you're saying, if it's reasonable to say this, that the convenience option is really where we want to land, but we expect the industry and all and sundry need time to get to that point. And we estimate that time period we're talking about is 15 years. And it may be the case that the industry gets there sooner,
possibly
because as the world continues to change. And that might be the case, and I guess...
That sums it up very well. Thank you.
I'm glad to hear that we're not splitting the difference. It never works in hostage negotiations, and it's good to not do it here either.
Yeah, and just to expand on that, so the intent is that for the first 15 years, we have capacity to grow the region at the rate that it needs to, and our systems, our urban settings and our infrastructure planning is ready and capable to deal with that. If we get to convenience faster, so be it, but we still need that option of that transition.
Thanks, Carl. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. Just a comment, if I may. Carl, you've given me a degree of comfort in what you said there earlier around growth and convenience will be treated separately depending on the areas that we're looking at. It won't be a one-size-fits-all type approach. And in that, picking up on the General Manager's analogy of a house, the planning scheme and fitting all the bits, one of the major things that I see, it's probably at the frame up stage actually, the important part that holds the roof on, and that is these major activity centres, if we're talking about, doing it properly, and I know we've strapped for resources, and I know we've had this in the planning scheme and we haven't got to these. In fact, Highfields is one of the ones we did get to because the community loudly told us they wanted us to. And through the initiative of the Mayor, we turned that ship around. And so that sort of thing, what I would call, is a prospectus for the industry. So we should be embarking as soon as we possibly can in our growth phase, where we have capacity for growth, to actually develop a prospectus for these major core activity centres. And there are some within the city, there are some on the edge of the city, in that the old, what they used to call for us to put out a prospectus, a clear roadmap for the development sector to say, well, look, council's clearly articulated and the community have said this is what they want. So then, and we already know the interest that's been shown around the Highfield Centre. So I would imagine that could be duplicated for other major centres. A comment, and I think we should be focused on that as a major chunk of work in our initial phases around putting the frame around the growth, strategic growth plan. And that is beyond the life of this current planning scheme that we will be looking at, in my view. Just a comment.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. No further questions for the officer? So, Carl, my only comment is I was heartened to see how much enthusiasm there was for greater housing choice and diversity, which I think in Toowoomba there seems to be this myth that everyone wants to live in a detached house on a block of land, in Highfields or something. So, that was quite reassuring and, showing that people want to live in a unit in East Toowoomba and get out of their big house or whatever. But that will all roll out. So just a couple of typos. I love when I pick up the typos because it means I've really read it really thoroughly. One on page 85, housing choice, where it says, have you got board books? 103 on the, just says, I can send them to you later. Do you want me to do that?
Yeah.
Do the typos
I don't have
later?
the page numbers, sorry.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll just email it through.
Thank you.
Okay, so can I have someone move then that the recommendations before you, the 3 recommendations, that council accept those? Councillor McDonald and Councillor Shine. Anyone want to debate? All those in favour? Thanks very much. It's carried. Thanks.
Thank you.
Very much, Carl and Heath. We're up to item number 5, which is the DA Regional Development Statistics Report for June 2022. Thank you, General Manager Stewart.
Okay. Can I reach the mic? It's always the question. Just to run through the usual specifications. The new lots, April was 172 and June we're down a little bit on that number at 122. Sealed lots, again, likewise in April there was 113 lots sealed. We had 87 lots sealed in June. Houses, 54 approvals in April, and the approvals for houses are actually up by about 20 at 73, and units are down again around 4 in June, which compares to the 7 in April. Total approvals all up. Total building approvals were 239 in April and 271 in June. So, and the values, interestingly, are reversed. So obviously there are a lot of sheds and things in the latest numbers. We had $54.8 million value of building in April compared to $48.5 million in June. And I think just to draw your attention to the pipeline graph, which is looking at the residential lots that are going through the process, which is opposite graph 3, and those numbers are there, and I think that's a fairly healthy number of lots going through the system. I won't read them out, they're there for councillors to look at. Any questions?
Councillor Carol Taylor?
I was just wondering if we've got a problem with the screen up there. There's nothing on it. Thank you.
Cool. Any questions for the General Manager? Stuart, just on the first page there, the 401 or page 397, where the executive summary, it says detached dwelling approvals, and then the second sentence, 187, and then in brackets 87. is that supposed to be 187 or 87? That's a typo.
That's a
I'm
typo
on fire
that
today
Councillor
with the
McDonald
typos.
kindly pointed out to me yesterday.
Very good.
And I wasn't able to do much between yesterday and
No
today.
worries, yep.
But, yep, it's a
Okay,
typo.
thank you.
Yep. You
Okay.
are on the ball today,
Oh, my
Councillor.
God. Must have had an ice bath or something.
Sorry?
Just being silly. Any other questions? No? Okay, so can I have someone move that the development statistics report be accepted? Thank you, Councillor Carl and Councillor Antonio. All those in favour?
Thanks,
Carried.
councillors.
Thank you, Stuart. Now, can I have someone move that we adjourn the meeting? Councillor O'Shea and Councillor McDonald. All those in favour? Did you want to have a morning tea break? 10 minutes, yep. 10:37.
we'll resume. I don't know where Councillor Melissa Taylor is, although this looks like her. Here she is. So, councillors, welcome to the Water and Waste Committee meeting for August 2022. This meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I'd like to thank all my council colleagues, council officers, anybody who's watching online via the social media channels. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarawar people, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Number 2 on the committee agenda is the attendance, including apologies and leave of absence. We do require a motion for Councillor Summerfield's apology. Can I have somebody move that, please? Councillor Antonio and Councillor Taylor. All those in favour? That's carried. There's no leave of absence and no declarations, although if that changes as we discuss the items, please let us know. Item number 3 on the agenda is the implementation of smoke testing inspection program sewerage inspection system for September through to December of this year. And Phil's going to speak to us about that one. Good morning, Phil. Thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair. Morning, councillors. Yes, this is the process we go through each time we want to run the smoke testing as required by legislation and regulation. So we wish to implement a 3-month smoke testing and inspection program. You will note there are 3 maps on the back to give you an indication of the areas. I do have a better map for the area within Toowoomba, which does indicate street names, etc. And I've got some, we can distribute those if you wish. To give you a much better idea, but I'll describe the area for you. So the program is aimed at smoke testing sewer pipes and house drains, looking for illegal connections, looking for any leaks that might be in our system, manhole leaks, etc., that we can address going forward through our maintenance programs. It would also involve CCTV inspection of the pipes in the network as well. The aim of it, of course, is to identify where we may be getting infiltration, where we may have maintenance issues that we are unaware of, and where we have illegal connections from houses with their stormwater. So it's a selective program in accordance with Section 134 of the Local Government Act 2009, and being a selective program, that is where we have to come to you with to get council's permission to proceed going forward. So there's probably not a lot more to be said for that, because it is a fairly simple process and one that we've been through before, and I'm sure the council is somewhat familiar with it these days. I will say, however, the areas we've chosen, Oakey and Yarraman did have some surcharging issues during the recent events, and the area that we've chosen in Toowoomba similarly. So we are trying to target those areas that we had surcharging issues. The area in Toowoomba is down off Water Street, just the other side of James Street. It was an area where we had a couple of blocks of flats, and I believe a house as well did get some surcharging. Now, we have done some CCTV in that area already. Haven't found too much in the way of problems with the pipes on a visual inspection. We've also walked the area and done a visual surface inspection. And at the present moment, we're talking to our plumbing colleagues as to potentially having them go in and have a look at the properties that were impacted and see if there's any issues within the properties themselves as well, as a backup to that. So yes, that's where we are.
All right, thanks very much, Phil, and thanks, GM Damien, for handing out these. I've got 3 hands up. Councillor Carl, Councillor McMahon, and then Councillor Taylor. Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, happy to move to questions or debate or whatever, but this is obviously a legislative requirement, but it's, to me, it's more than that too. It's a what I would consider a lead indicator on looking at the condition of our network, and whilst it's showing up things that aren't potentially right with the network, it's a stage of it helps us with our asset management to actually revisit those areas that need attention. And this is a case of evolution and a growing network, so that's why we need to do this stuff. So, just a comment.
Thanks. Councillor Carl. Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I agree. Fairly standard legislative requirement to come before us. I suppose I was going to ask the Oakey and Yarraman town centres, as well as this part of Toowoomba, are all fairly old parts of town. Do you generally get more issues in new areas or old ones?
That depends, how do I put this diplomatically? Depends upon the developer who took part in the construction process.
Okay.
Some of the new areas, the majority of the new areas, obviously, you don't get as many problems. The older areas, surprisingly enough, some of the older areas are some of our better areas. It does depend very much on a range of factors, soil types, and also in the older areas, initially, depending how far back you go, stormwater did go into the sewer.
Right.
That was a practice. That is no longer the practice, and a lot of that has been fixed due to this very process. However, you're right, Oakey and Yarraman being older areas, we have had our issues in the past.
Thanks for the answer.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Phil. You actually preempted my question, so thank you. My question was about, with the 4 rain events that we had and the impact on residences. I wanted to ensure that the area that you were testing was in those particular areas. I had so many phone calls over the last, 6 or so months with the rain events that we've had, and really distressing phone calls and consequences of blocked drains and that. So thank you for doing that and answering my question.
That's fine. And look, to elaborate, we have done investigations in most of the areas that were surcharged around. We can't investigate the individual houses per se, but certainly we can look at the network and the pipelines around those areas. We've investigated most of them through CCTV or visual inspection. We're starting a bit of an education program as well, and I may have mentioned it, about the overflow relief grates and people putting pot plants on them and stopping them from operating. That is one of the prime reasons that we get surcharge in the house. And that's simply because people don't understand what that is there for. That's fine, that's not a criticism. It's not like when you buy a house, somebody says, "Oh, that there, don't touch that." You never hear that. You also have issues where people may have done renovations. They've tiled the back area or paved the back area and lifted the ORG, and it's now sitting above the waste trap of the shower in the bottom of the house. Again, the plumber should know better, but it happens. So there are a lot of issues where it's in the property as opposed to our network. Not saying our network is issue-free, because it's certainly not. But it's that mix of things.
Thanks. I've got Councillor Carol Taylor and then Councillor Antonio and then Councillor McDonald.
I think Councillor Antonio was before me, Madam Chair, but I suppose thank you, Phil, for that, through you. Thank you for the information and thank you for this. I guess my question chairing the recovery committee, there's been, as Councillor Melissa says, it's very distressful. I had my house, I had 2 rooms down in Gundawindi, and what was a jump up that came over. It's a dreadful thing to have your house inundated, particularly with sewage, but there has been a lot of distress around this, and the Mayor and myself met with Major General Jake, and he went round. Mike Brady took him around to some of these places. But I guess my question to you is, if we're convinced or confident that there isn't anything wrong with our network in that space, then there must really, the onus then probably goes back to the property owner, their plumbing, and perhaps their insurance. So I suppose the thing we'd like to have is some information on that as quickly as we can, so those people can then get on with their lives, I guess, because I do believe that they're still out of and the Mayor will know more than me about that, but I do believe there's people still out of their property at this point. And I think there just is, in all of us probably think, oh, well, it has to be councils, but I do know of some after the 2011 flood, I do know of some where actually 3 inundations of the same house, and it was actually their private plumbing that was not properly done. And I guess, that they don't know that, but as soon as we could advise them, the better would be for them to be able to get on with their lives, I suppose. It's a terrible thing, really.
It is. Unfortunately, doing these investigations is time-consuming. It's also resource hungry. So when we do this, we have to divert resources from our standard processes and maintenance, etc. And as I said, we always do a visual on the day. It's not like we can go and do a full property inspection, unfortunately. We don't have that right. But the guys do, while they're in there, whether it be helping clean up the yard, we never enter a house. But we'll help clean up a yard, and they'll have a look and see if there's been blockages or the ORG isn't operating. Anything that's obvious, that's right. And let the homeowner know at the time. The longer term, and an example is we had a Cambodia Post Office, which I'm sure you're well aware of. We found that an inspection hatch, and you would have seen them, they're just a little lid about a diameter that are screwed down into a pipe in the ground. It had been mowed over, broken, had fallen down into the pipe and actually blocked the sewer pipe. That had caused the backup. It was part of the problem. I won't say it was the whole problem. It was part of the problem. And it had caused some of the backup into the post office. So that was within our network.
How we get through to our community, and, not too many be watching this, but I guess that how we get that education for responsibility for those outlets and those things that are there to make sure that they're cleared and well maintained, because I suppose it's not something, look, I do know out at Cambodia, one of our councillors moved from the township and moved out onto the country and killed the bug in his septic system because he didn't know anything about it. So, I mean, I'm not only saying that people don't know, particularly if they move somewhere and they, perhaps they just haven't got that knowledge. How do we partner with someone to educate them, I guess?
We are at the present moment developing an information brochure on ORGs that's ready to be distributed now. Several years ago, Ray Smith and myself developed a pamphlet on septic systems that was for Crow's Nest, applicable to everybody. So information's there, but you're right, it needs to be distributed somehow.
Thank you, because it's, as Councillor Melissa said, and the Mayor has first-hand notice of this as well, that, it's very distressing, particularly if you haven't got any family or someone around. So hopefully we can, when this comes, we'll have some definitive information. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Mayor Antonio.
Phil, thanks very much for the work that you've done, and I refer specifically to that block of units, 4 units at the corner of Grey and Water Street. The latest information I have from the person who's been contacting me is that the body corporate is unable to get further insurance for those units. And that's quite distressing because in the particular case that I speak of, I'd imagine that unit would be the only asset that this individual has in the whole wide world. So what can we do if it refers back to the original construction? Is there a pathway there to help these people, or do we just have to do what we are prescribed to do and walk away?
I'd have to take that one on notice. The current practice when we have these things is that it is referred, we ask them to refer to their insurance company. Their insurance company then, of course, deals with council's insurance. We do everything we can in investigating the network, see if there is infiltration, see if there is blockages, etc., etc. We can recommend that they bring in a plumber and have a look, or we can actually request that our plumbing guys go in and have a look. Now, we can provide advice, but when we bring our plumbers into it, it can also become a regulatory thing, which we don't really want to do. Doesn't mean it has to be regulatory. They can go in and just advise as well. But in terms of what council can do, there's probably, as I say, I'd have to take that under advisement, but my first initial thoughts would be there's probably not a lot we can do other than deal with the issues in our network.
Yep. It's my very clear understanding that this is not the first time it's happened within this block of units. It's the first time it's happened to this individual who's being housed elsewhere since the event happened in February, and will probably not be back into their house until their unit until close to Christmas. And the insurance company is at this point in time paying, but they've made it very clear to the body corporate that they will not reinsure.
I have researched that, and it happened in 2011 floods, and it's happened again now. Nothing in between. So it's happened in two very major events.
Yep.
That's and unfortunately, there's always another major event waiting in the wings. That's the problem, and we could fix it for what has happened recently, and then have an event that's even larger, and be back where we started. So it's sort of a little bit. It's difficult to actually drive to where we might be able to stop everything, because it would be a huge exercise.
Can I just simply say that the distressing part about this for the people that live in the unit is that it wasn't a water discharge, it was a sewage discharge.
Correct.
And they hadn't experienced that previously.
So,
and the sewage discharge is horrible.
Mayor, can I just ask then, are you asking that if we do this smoke testing and it's all clear, should council be looking at some sort of planning regulations then that might have had an impact?
Well, I wonder if this whole thing, when you think about it, it possibly refers back to the construction of those units many, many years ago, and it's only occurred. Interestingly, in this particular unit, it's only occurred on one occasion, whereas the others have had more than that. I don't know the detail, Phil, but my understanding from the lady that lives in those units, but anyhow, I would hope that there's a pathway forward that's reasonable for these people, because it's it's probably going to have a dramatic effect on who they are and how they see the world, I think.
Super distressing, yep. Councillor Taylor, just before you, I've got Councillor McDonald.
If I might just make a comment just on that same subject.
Sure.
There may well be, I don't know what the guidelines say, but there is, we could probably see with that, the fund that the state government has set up. Perhaps you could look at the guidelines of that with Mike Brady and just see if this doesn't find something, that there might be something there that the government might, the reconstruction people might do something, because Major General went out and he was quite upset about that.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. That's a couple of good points there. Mine is more around the recommendation and particularly around recommendation number 3. And thank you very much, Phil, for the new attachment 3. I assume that will go into the report when it's done. Would that be right? Thank you. That's much easier to follow than the ones that's currently on board books. Just in that first line, it talks about the areas, the selective inspection program be undertaken in areas marked in red, and noting that on attachments 2 and 1, or 1 and 2, they're not necessarily marked in red. They're a different colour, so maybe it's the highlighted areas because in Oakey it's actually 2 different colours, it looks like.
Yes.
So maybe just the highlighted areas rather than the marked in red areas highlighted.
Good point, Councillor.
That's okay.
Yes, and it's the blue area that we'll be looking at.
Well, if I could suggest we just say areas highlighted, then it won't matter which colour highlighter is selected necessarily.
Yes.
Thanks for
Yeah,
that.
good point. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Thanks. Councillor Taylor has moved the recommendation, which is in 3 parts there. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Melissa Taylor. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors.
Thanks very
Thank you,
much,
Madam
Phil. Jake. All right. Oh, thanks very much, Councillor McMahon. All right, councillors, we move on to item number 4, the Wairema Water Supply Study, and Jake is going to talk us through this. Thanks, and good morning, Jake.
Morning, councillors. Morning, Madam Chair. The next item, as Madam Chair has suggested, is the Wairema Water Supply Planning Study. This report was authored by Paul Quinlan, Principal Engineer Work Planning. Unfortunately, he's not able to be with us today due to some illness. We wish him all the best and hope he is back on his feet. Essentially, the purpose of this report, councillors, is to present the findings and recommendations of the Wairema Water Supply Planning Report that was undertaken in the 2021-2022 financial year for councillors' consideration. In essence, after some extensive work, the scope of the project was to prepare a calibrated water supply network model for the Wairema network, assess the ability of the network to cope with future growth for the planning horizons incorporated in the local government infrastructure plan, and develop augmentation strategies to resolve any deficiencies. The study identified that the existing network has a minimum pressure issue northeast of the reservoir and is unable to meet service standards in a non-residential fire flow scenario. The high-level reservoir is also undersized and it has been recommended to be decommissioned. There's attachments 1 and 2 of the report, which looks in detail with the executive summary and the actual report, there for your purview. It is recommended that Council endorse the Wairema Water Supply Planning Study from June 2022, and that the report be used in formulation of future capital works plans and informing the local government infrastructure plan. The reason being is that the Water Supply Planning Study report provides recommendations for the augmentations based on detailed investigations and hydraulic modelling of the study area.
Thanks very much, Jake. Questions, councillors? None? My goodness.
Paul does write a wonderful report.
I have got one question.
Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just conscious that Jake wasn't the author, so
I'll do my best, but I might have to take some questions on that.
No, that's fine. That's okay, Jake. Just in regard to the issues, and it seems that the firefighting ability for non-residential areas has been raised as a level of concern. In the financials, it looks like augmentation is around under $500,000 to do that. Can you just give a summary, if you like, of that and the level of urgency that officers believe this is?
So as far as level of urgency, Council trying to deal with existing network or service issues is a very high priority, along with those non-residential fire flows. It does come down, as has in the past, around a number of priorities and competing priorities that Council has around its broader water supply network. The intention from these reports, or what happens with the information that comes from this report, is it is pulled out, it is put into the capital business case process that Council has in preparation of its annual capital works program at the times that are indicated. So with this report, there's some indication that some work perhaps should have been completed by now. So that will go into the capital business case process that Council has for its capital works plan and be assessed against a number of existing priorities. So it'll be ranked, it'll be scored, and it'll come into play with, as I said, the holistic prioritisation for Council's capital works program.
Thanks, Jake. Just to follow up, if I could, Madam Chair, when we do these reports and it highlights something like that, obviously the community is aware through this process. Do we also contact the likes of the Rural Fire Brigade or any other services or QFES that may need to service those areas?
Yes, councillors, as part of the process around the identification of this report, that those areas are identified to rural fire that may be of an issue or concern at this point in time until the augmentations are completed.
Thanks, Jake. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jake, just reading the executive summary where it was talking about the existing demand is 150 litres, that's per person per day, isn't it? With future scenarios assuming a design demand of 200 litres per person per day. I was wondering why is it anticipated at a higher rate? And yeah, just...
My belief in, my answer to that question, councillors, is essentially 150 litres per person per day is a drought demand type figure. We need to size a network for occasions where we are not in drought. So during this period, the target was 150, and looking at the resilience of our network to cater for some higher than expected demands to understand where the pressure points in the network might be. So the planning's been done for a slightly higher flow rate or higher demand on the basis that there may be additional demand as the population grows or water, the use of water changes to determine where the deficiencies may be to ensure that we can cater and plan for those.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just probably an unimportant question. Where's the boarding school in Wairema? In this graph on page 491 of 860, it's got a part of the graph as a boarding school. There's no boarding school.
I'll take that one on notice, councillor, and come back to you. I'm also not aware of a boarding school myself.
Yeah.
Not a local resident.
I live 2 k's from Wairema, so...
Yeah, not a local resident myself, but I wasn't aware of a boarding
school.
school. Might just be...
Maybe they've labelled it incorrectly.
Yeah. No, I'll take that one on notice, councillors, and come back.
Thanks, Jake. Thanks, Councillor. Is that a hand, Mayor? Mayor Antonio?
Jake, we have had a little bit of discussion in respect to this, but when I look at things holistically, it would appear to me as if we need to start thinking a lot more about water supply to the southern side of Toowoomba. Is there any consideration being given to an alternate water treatment plant in that area to supply that area, given that there may well be a raw water pipeline through there that we haven't said yes to yet, but it just simply may happen? So is any consideration in the longer term planning being given to that kind of thing, just to stabilise things? And also, I guess it's strategically, it's a good idea to have, as Toowoomba grows, to have 2 water treatment plants and possibly 2 sewage plants.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr Mayor, for your question. In short, yes, we are very much looking at holistically the big picture, as big as we can get with a current number of projects that are on foot. The one in which Mr Mayor referenced will be brought to this chamber for consideration in September, as much as we can with the information we have at hand for consideration. But the project team is looking at the broader strategic picture around understanding the best results or the best way to provide opportunity for Toowoomba Regional Council and supplying these southern townships, whether that be by a water treatment plant to the south, or some combination of water treatment plants and or existing subsurface water. Those sort of options are all on the table and are in the process of being assessed as part of the Toowoomba to Warwick pipeline project that the team is working to understand.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Any other questions, councillors? If not, Jake, I want to go back to the question that Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan asked about the demand forecasts and the increase in the projections up from 150 to 200 litres per day. And I wonder the extent to which that's, from a risk perspective, taken into account climate change and projections that we may have to do more with less. Is a climate change matrix put over all of these reviews and studies that we do?
Madam Chair, not as yet. We are attempting to be as sophisticated as we possibly can. There is a body of work that is being done as part of water vision and climate change, but that is yet to flow through to these planning reports to try and understand. At the moment, we use the planning information as set out at the front of the report that identifies the boundaries at which the network is assessed, but in answer to your question, no, there is not a lens put over here from a climate change perspective as of yet in this report.
It strikes me as a bit of a vulnerability. Yeah, please. The General Manager has a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Water Vision 1.0 was a 2-year document, and we are very busily working within the department on Water Vision 2.0. The GoldSim model was built, the rebuilt demand forecast was built in GoldSim and had the language was climate variability as we put stochastic future forecasts against periods over the last 110 years of data that we had, and we had it in 10-year blocks and taking design droughts and things like that. I did ask Engenie to prepare, in my vernacular, a big green button, so to give me a climate scenario, and we will be bringing that through chamber. We wanted to have that done by December this year, which is my time threshold. The resources are all being dedicated at the moment to the consideration of the matter that the Mayor referred to, the Toowoomba to Warwick. So it is unlikely I will get here with the paper in December, but we'll certainly have information sessions and the Water Vision 2.0 through the chamber through an information session. I don't think we'll pass it through committee until the early part of 2023.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Damien. I think just from a risk perspective, it's something for us councillors to be very mindful of. I appreciate that extra information. Any last questions, councillors? If not, the recommendation that's before us is that Council endorse the Wairema Water Supply Study Planning Report, June 2022, and the report be used in the formulation of future capital works plans and informing the local government infrastructure plan. Do I have a mover? Councillor Antonio. A seconder, Councillor O'Shea. All of those in favour? Thanks very much. It's carried. Thanks, Jake. That's terrific. So can I have somebody move that we adjourn the meeting? We've got one more item, but it's in confidential. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? Thanks very much. 11:15, meeting's adjourned.
Good morning, councillors. Welcome to the Infrastructure Committee meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council for August. The meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I'd like to acknowledge the Mayor, Portfolio Leader, Councillor Melissa Taylor, Deputy Mayor and councillors and staff that are in the room. And I'd also like to thank those who are looking at us, watching us today on live stream. We need a motion to note the absence of Councillor Nancy Summerfield and Councillor Tim McMahon. Moved Councillor McDonald, seconded Councillor Shine. Those in favour? It's carried, thank you. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines, we have done that back the front, sorry. Acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal and the Jadawa, and the Biggambil people, and pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. I'd like to welcome our General Manager, Mike Brady, with us today, and our Manager of Transport and Drainage Planning, Mr Rodney Betts. We move on, our first attendant, yes, we do have conflicts of interest in item, do I mention them now? Yeah. In item 6, Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan, and in item 3, Councillor Jeff McDonald. Thank you. So we're up to item 3. So, Councillor Jeff, I do believe...
Item 3
yes.
will do. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I just haven't got it. You go first.
Councillor McDonald's in item 3. Thank you.
Okay, item 3. Thank you, Madam Chair. So item 3, a declarable conflict of interest, requesting that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 3, Regional Active and Public Transport Advisory Committee proposed key initiatives at the Infrastructure Committee meeting on 7th of December 2021, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I propose that I stay in the meeting and participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Sure, found it just in time. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. This declarable conflict of interest arises because I attend yoga classes at the property mentioned in this confidential item, and I have spoken with the owners on site to discuss the drainage matters outlined in this report. I wish to participate in this decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision around the matter, including by voting on the matter. 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter. Or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter, subject to conditions.
Thank you, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Councillors? Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, a question. To my mind, you attending a class at a building doesn't conflict you in any way, but in your conversations with the owners, do you feel that as a result of those conversations, you're able to impartially assess what's before us?
I do, Councillor. If it was just on going to classes, I wouldn't have felt that I was conflicted, but because I had met with them a couple of times. But yeah, I do feel that I can make an impartial decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. After questions, I'm happy to move
Thank you.
that.
Councillors, any other questions? Mr Mayor? Okay. Councillor McDonald?
No, I was just confident that the answers that have been provided will
thank you.
allow
So does somebody want to move? Councillor Von Hoff, seconded the Mayor, that Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan has nothing to gain or lose more than any other ordinary person, I suspect, whatever the words are, Brian. Thank you.
And furthermore, that she hasn't been conflicted in her conversations with the involved parties.
Okay.
So happy to move.
So moved and seconded. Any debate on that, councillors? Councillor Carl?
No, just a comment, if I may, quickly, Madam Chair. I think it's a normal course of a councillor's duties in the community when you're out and about, whether you're in your own private attending a class or doing things, you are often confronted or approached by members of the community. This is just a normal business.
Yes, I believe so too. Thank you, Councillor Cole. So those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you, that's carried. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. So we move on to, sorry, I've lost my, the screen's we're having trouble with the screen. So item 3, which is the cycle infrastructure planning and prioritisation, and I'll hand over to our General Manager, Mike Brady, and our Manager, Transport and Drainage Planning, Rodney Betts. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors, and through you, Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to present this report. Our Manager Transport Planning, Rod, is a little bit croaky this morning, but he just, so I'll give the bulk of the report, but if there's any in-depth queries about any elements, I'll ask Rod up to answer those harder questions. So, just giving you a quick overview, hopefully you've had that opportunity to look through the report in a bit of detail. This is a flow-on from, in essence, back in November, December last year. There was an information session to Council on this matter, and that was presented to Council where our cycle infrastructure planning prioritisation had got to. So this is a formalisation of endorsement of that planning work that's been done for future consideration in future budgets. That said, there's a lot of background and work that's gone into this prioritisation approach. And it all forms out of a lot of work over the last few years that the team's been involved with, everything from the walking charters through to our Transport and Active Living Forum back in November 19. The outcome of those different forums and different initiatives has seen Council sign off 6 key initiatives that RAPTAC put up in December 21, which we appreciate, which goes to supporting where we wish to go with the cycle infrastructure. From a state perspective, we work very closely with the state through Transport and Main Roads, and they have what they look after is the principal cycle network, and then we have on top of that, this is our cycle network plan, which you might look at the state provides for the arterial type connectors in the cycling infrastructure space, and some of the major infrastructure will assist significantly in that space. And then ourselves, we then tend to fill in the gaps, and also infrastructure where it's required more on the local road network. Just taking that forward, like a number of the different planning initiatives that we brought to Council, obviously what we'd like to do and what we can in reality afford is very much a challenge. And when you do look at the overall notional costs, even just for the priority A routes, we're well in quite significant budgets. Across all priorities, A to D, it's over $200 million worth of construct that would be required over many years. That said, we're not in that realm or requesting that at this point in time. But what the report is, in essence, requesting through the second recommendation, post endorsing the work that's been done, is that council seriously consider additional investment into cycling infrastructure and improved cycle and shared path facilities, as noted in the report, for inclusion in our 10-year capital works programs. So those notional costs give you an idea. The top 10 priorities, both not just Toowoomba but regionally, have been flagged there for council consideration, or just to give council insight into some of the key priorities that would be good to proceed with over the coming years. And then under our financial resources space, most of our investment as a council actually is with the PCNP. So that's as I said, which tends to be on a 50-50 funded basis with TMR. So that's, and that gives you the immediate projects that we're working on and noted in the financial resource implication space. I suppose, councillors, this is a wrap-up, as I said, from both the information session last November, which was supported in principle through what came through council in December last year, and now, as you'd see within the attachments, there is the report and tools as noted for this. So I hand it over through your chair.
Thank you, Mike. Questions? Councillor Melissa?
Thank you, Chair, through you. Thanks, Mike. It's actually more of a comment rather than a question. As you can imagine, being the chair of the RAPTAC committee, which is the Regional Active and Public Transport Advisory Committee, I understand it is a challenge with all the competing interests that we have in council of where do we commit our funds, with roads and the issues that we're having around our road network and the water network as well. That's what we heard this morning. It's there are so many competing interests, but it's really about how we want to see our region develop and support more people walking and cycling to more places more often. So I do commend this report, and I really look forward to considering what investment we can make into the health of our residents in our region. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I absolutely agree with Councillor Taylor. Love this, bring it on, fantastic. If there was a huge pot of money, I would love us to be doing all of this, immediately, and all of the people in the world. I think it's great. My question, though, is about data, through you, Madam Chair. General Manager Mike, when we are planning and where we are going to focus our attentions, we've got those top 10 priorities for Toowoomba, for instance. How do we come up with that? Because it seems to me it's a sort of a tough one, because if you're looking at Brisbane, for instance, and the Riverwalk, it was a case of if you build it, they will come. So prior to it being built, the cycle traffic and the foot traffic across the whole length and breadth of Riverwalk was non-existent. And now it is incredibly busy and so well utilised and loved by the public. So we don't have the information, I suppose, that would really be, we could hang our hat on and say, there's this many cyclists currently using this stretch of James Street, or when they get to here on Harry's, the cycle path stops and we see a lot of cyclists. So how are we actually having some sort of quantity analysis to support how we prioritise these projects?
I'm happy to hand over the rod. That's the first hard question. But I suppose just from the strategic context, obviously we've got our Sustainable Transport Plan, Toowoomba Region's Sustainable Transport Plan, which underpins where we wish to head in a direction in regards to not only, across all transport modes, but one of the key areas of that is obviously in that active transport space. But that's given Rod enough time to come down. So over to you, Rod, to talk more specific to the data. And obviously, there's an attachment there. The councillors have got that there if they're after more in-depth information.
Thanks, Rod.
Thank you, Mike, and good morning, councillors and Madam Chair. If I can refer to the issues and responses section in the report, there's a very brief summary in the section Cycle Network Plan to the bottom of whatever page that may be in your attachments.
564 of board books.
So essentially we try to take as much information as we can from reviewing our existing land use and transport planning, but also looking at current and projected populations and employment and looking at what our networks currently are. So it's very much one that is based on looking at what destinations there are already in our community and what destinations there may be in future, and then using a multi-criteria analysis and GIS tools to understand the relative importance of the numbers that those destinations might attract. So in some ways it's an attempt to look at that latent demand. It is not based on existing cycling numbers or anything like that. It is very much, well, what is a latent demand? Is there a large shopping centre there or a large school? And trying to get some sense of proportion between all these different needs. So the report certainly contains in a lot more detail around the type of multi-criteria analysis they've done to score and rank these various corridors. So there's over 6,000 individual links that have had a score assigned to them on the basis of the various parameters in that multi-criteria assessment. So it's very much about trying to look forward to the future to what could happen, and it's trying to just rank the relative importance of those facilities. But it is quite numerical. It is a GIS analysis, so once we go into that black box, those numbers and parameters go in, these results come out. But essentially it tries to understand which routes may receive more use than others and put them in that sort of relative priority. So from our perspective, moving from a subjective or a user group informed, we think this is the priority, we're simply proposing we now have a more numerical way of attempting to prioritise this, and similar to the footpath network development plan, we just feel it's a more logical basis to try and firstly focus our effort. So I think the importance of this is these are the top 10 in Toowoomba and in our region, the top 10 in our regional communities, so we can look at serving all of those major population centres. But we have the confidence to know that that's the important project to focus our limited even concept development and planning work to bring to fruition. So it gives us an order to work through things.
Okay, thank you. And just a second follow-up with that then, Madam Chair. So in that case, when we have planned works for an area, an upgraded intersection, say major works, would we, even if we identify that that is high on the priority list, we'd wait for the works to be done on the intersection before we assign the prioritisation to the bike path?
I think it's fair to say that cycling and walking is at the forefront of all of our conceptual development work these days. We look at something like Highfields Kratzky O'Brien and look at the effort that's gone into ensuring that the cycleways and the footpaths are integrated with the whole environment there. There are locations where we may be doing a fairly isolated treatment. For example, some black spot intersection signals upgrade at Bridge and Hume. Highly constrained location, no bikeways within Cooee. We do ask the question, but we may not go and provide specific facilities as part of that upgrade, but we certainly consider it.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Vonhoff. Councillor James O'Shea.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mike, you probably touched on where my question's going around the sustainable transport strategy and the current refresh or review or revamp or update of that situation where it sits at the moment. So what, when we're talking about these priorities and understanding where to spend money and all that sort of stuff and what meets the demand. What role will the outcomes of the latest feedback, which will formulate the updated sustainable transport strategy, play in this journey?
The Sustainable Transport Strategy in itself is an overarching document. So that's over our, all transport forms across, including freight transport and that. When we look at actually the feedback that we get in respect to the transport strategy, probably the greatest area of feedback that we actually get is actually in that active transport space. There is a lot of passionate interest in our community in regards to active transport, be it cycling or walking. We, as Rod was saying, we work very much to listening to that, but we work on a basis, obviously, to include both the walkers and the cycling. So shared facilities is what we work with in our region. In some locations, the larger cities in particular, they can move more to supporting dedicated facilities, but we do that to a certain degree where we do the on-road work, but that still in essence is a shared space. So between a vehicle and a cyclist. So a lot of elements to what we're doing in this transport strategy, where the feedback's coming through, is very strong in this active transport space. I don't know if that answers.
Yeah, sort of. I suppose why I probably raised it is because I agree on the journey that we're undertaking at the moment and wanting to increase the numbers here and the targets that are set and things like that. And it might be a case of when we make these decisions on the priorities, it might more be on, similar to the term that Councillor Vonhoff used before, and that build it and they will come. Because what I found interesting, just reading this report, somewhere in here it had the, so far the results of that sustainable transport strategy around those targets actually have, I think of words, I'm trying to find it here. Here it is, page 559. Unfortunately, to date, this trend has not materialised, and that it's actually quite static, which is interesting because, as you said, we hear so much about active transport and agree with the vision that we want to have with it. So I suppose that's sort of that's why I'm really, really curious just to see what feedback we get and just does anything change in regards to that? Because, do our targets remain what they were when this was set in 2014 to what we're going to do when we set it now based on the amount of increase of infrastructure that council and state government has implemented? Does that match sort of an increase, I suppose, in the uptake of what the vision of it was for?
From a holistic active transport perspective, I think we're getting, our facilities, our improved footpaths and stuff like that, particularly in the walking space and stuff like that. I think we're seeing growth in that area. You're correct as far as probably the cycling use of Pacific facilities, cycling facilities, is reasonably static. But I think a lot comes down to the level of investment that we've been able to do in the last 10 years as well. It hasn't been huge. We've incrementally invested, and if you actually look at the numbers in front of you, so some of the years ahead are a relatively low amount of investment. This report talks about that if it's a little bit of chicken and the egg, I grant you that, but we do need to start probably investing in, well, we feel at least in the order of about $2.5 million a year or a bit more, if we can afford to actually start to make some inroads and to actually get some reasonable facilities in there. A lot of the work that we're doing is still, how can I say, Rod mentioned lots of links, so we're doing lots of sections. And, if you look at the maturity of the different routes, it's probably our creek routes through the city that are probably the most mature as far as how they've developed. But even then, some of those have various links in them, which are quite narrow and different things like that, quite old and things which require upgrading. It is a challenge. The other thing, I go back 10 years ago when we did the Sustainable Transport Strategy and, we did look at areas such as, the Netherlands and stuff like that, where cycling is, in essence, a way of life. 40% of road users in that active transport space. Pretty different topography, climate, probably a bit colder in the winter, but they've gone through numbers of generations to see that develop. And I think that's our planning scheme, a lot of work going into the planning scheme, behind the planning scheme, the new planning scheme, to try to pick up on the active transport element as well. So we're trying to come at it from a few different directions to try to see that behavioural shift, but it will still take a long time. And I suppose this report, from the infrastructure perspective, is saying, Council, we do need to invest more than what we're doing if we really want to start seeing a little bit of change.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, and that's what I mean. That's why I think between this body of works, this latest iteration, when we come up with the sustainable transport strategy, and then more so, I suppose, from a future point of view, or what Vision Council has backed up by these documents, it has to. If that's what the vision is, it has to then correspond with funding. If it's of that sort of priority, if these are the sort of targets that we're going to set in overarching documents like the sustainable transport strategy, it has to be matched financially, as I said, if that priority is
Easier
reached.
said than done. Yeah.
If that is the priority of council. So that's where I was just, as I said, it's an interesting one to look at. If you want to back it up with the stats, and you can say, well, the numbers are static, but is that because we haven't built them, or is that, if you built more, but the costs and priorities of that. So I think it's an interesting one, and as I said, once we get further that information, and as you mentioned, through planning schemes and things like that, council's probably armed with a fair bit of information now that we probably didn't have in the past.
Yeah.
That's true. And don't forget that encouraging walking too is part of this whole thing. And everybody can walk, even cyclists, and they do walk. So, it's a holistic thing. There's been nothing ever said about and I suppose it's because it's on road, there's a whole lot, probably 40 at a time, up to 40, come out the New England Highway and go back round and come back up the Drayton Connection Road. But that's on-road cyclists, and that's all on main roads. So I'm not sure if I've never seen that mentioned anywhere, but because I lived out there, I'm aware of it. They're more the serious cyclists. Councillor Jeff?
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Through you to Mike. Thank you, Mike. And a lot of work gone into this, and it's appreciated, I'm sure. It seems the retrofitting of shared pathways or cycleways is one of the greater challenges for us. So I guess with Heath Martin in the room, when we look at new developments, and of course we've got one that will have the two hands on the wheel with in regard to Highfields, that new development there. This is a good conversation to have when we embed this into business as usual from a planning scheme. I do think that from a councillor strategic position, these are conversations that we need to have as well, and the community has spoken on many occasions more broadly around having an active community, accessible community, the hybrid model which brings in the convenience which we've spoken about this morning. I think we're maturing as a community to a level where there's a greater request from community to actually have that, which is something that's a quantum shift from what's largely and still remains a very driven car, mobile way of getting around. Whether you drive 1 kilometre or 10 kilometres, often you'll see people in a car. So I think there's a shift required here, and this report has certainly identified that, embedding things in the 10-year capital program and what have you. So, that's a positive. But I do think it's more of a strategic conversation for this council, embedded into a new corporate plan where, we're seeing a lot of communication coming from the community on a variety of areas. And so, we've got all of those things that are happening. So this conversation's great for this time, I have to say. My concern, Madam Chair, through to you and to the General Manager, is having recommendation 2 in here, because I do think recommendation 1 actually covers recommendation 2. With all of those things that I've said and other councillors have said with regard to challenges we have with all manner of things, in fact, we get to the next item in the item of business where we talk about, areas. So I am concerned that we're suggesting something to the community that we haven't actually considered fully, whereas item 1 covers item 2. I think it's a duplication, and I'd like that considered to be removed by way of a recommendation today.
And Councillor McDonald, I do support you in that because I think that, we will do what we can afford to do, and as we plan it, we've still got the strategy there, so I don't know what other councillors think. I just wanted to mention to Council, talking about retrofitting, and you mentioned the retrofitting, there's a new composite fibre bridge has been put out at Alderley Street, and our teams are making the pathway wider and whatever out there to make it more usable for both cyclists and walkways. Yeah.
Probably a couple of comments there, if I could, through your chair. It's not uncommon for us, and you've just did a water report where we said that report would be used in the formation of future capital works plans and forming the local government infrastructure plan. So if we were to take, we could do that. But I suppose what the report's also trying to very strongly indicate to council is there is a level of investment, and it's only saying consider the additional investment that's required in here. One of the challenges we find, particularly in areas such as planning for this sort of infrastructure, and it probably comes back to Councillor O'Shea's comment about, are we really progressing? One of our big challenges is from a planning point of view, our teams are not confident that the funding will be forthcoming. And as you can see, that if there was some level of commitment by council of a level of funding, that means that we can be on the front foot with the planning, the concept development, the planning, and this is how the state works as well. They work on concept.
Yes, they do.
They've got a concept phase, a planning phase and a construction phase. So we put in front of council something to work towards, but as the last 10 years has indicated, it is one of those priorities that is easy for council to push aside. And, for good reason. And I'm not saying that those reasons, we shouldn't do that. But in respect to if we are actually going to do, and this is where RAP tax come from, they see this piecemeal approach. They see budgets ebb and flow, but probably ebb more than flow. And it really does cause a degree of frustration there, plus inefficient planning and prioritisation of work. So it's what that second one really is pointing to is that there is a level that we should be investing at a small level, at least. If we could afford more, that'd be great. But trying to get council on board to take that forward a little bit stronger and to give some level of certainty to what we can expect that we may take forward into future years. Otherwise, as you can see in the financial resources sector, it's very much an up and down sort of perspective to the budget. So I do flag that it does make it difficult from a planning point of view if you don't have any certainty of a bit of a funding stream going forward. So flag that.
Thank you. Yep.
Yeah, it's not my it's not my duty to debate the GM, Madam Chair, but item 1 covers exactly what you're talking about without building an expectation from A, the community, and B, the organisation, when pressures are coming us from every angle. This comes down to a business case that comes through council through prioritisation, through the proper process, and is assessed through the budget process. There's nothing wrong with that. We all would love to have all these things that come at us, GM Mike. We would. There's no risk. But we also have to go through a process that's clear and transparent for the community. And item 1 does that. Item 1 does that. So I don't have a problem with item 1. Item 2, I think, and exactly in your words, GM Mike, that the organisation wants confidence around council's going to commit to more funding. That's exactly why we have a prioritisation model and work through it at a capital budget time, because we can't do that. We can't do that today. We need to work through it. And all of those things come through in a methodical manner, measured across all the other things. The next item, we'll have a similar conversation. So I think we need to be cautious while supporting the notion that we really do want to see this happening, but we also have to balance everything else that's there. Item 1 does exactly what you're wanting to do without setting expectations.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Melissa?
Thank you, Chair. I will bring forward a point before I go to my comment, just to Councillor McDonald's point and to yours. I do understand where Councillor McDonald is coming from, wholeheartedly, but I do support the comments of the General Manager. It's really important that we consider, and that's the word that we have to really highlight there. The word is consider, because it is easy for this to be put below the line time and time again, and that's why we are in the position we're in with the cycle paths and the walking paths, because it just gets pushed to the bottom. And I think the word consider is the important word there. It's not saying we will do it, we will consider. So I don't have an issue with item 2 there. Just to the point that I was going to make before was, I just want to make the point that it's really important that this report come before council and I commend it, because I think it's really important that the state understand that this is where a priority of council lies, because active transport also translates to public transport, and we don't have a strong public transport network here. And I think it's really important that we can demonstrate to the state that we need more priority for active and public transport. So I know this is cycle and walking, but I think it's really important for the state to understand that our priority, or a priority of council, is active and public transport. And I think too, to another point, is that this report allows council the opportunity to lead the community, because I think it's really important for private enterprise to understand where we're coming from, and we want to lead the community, because it's important for private enterprise to also encourage infrastructure within their offices and within their buildings of, places for people to put their bikes, and, a changing room or a shower or other infrastructure that encourages employees to ride and to walk into work. So I think this report really leads the way for our community. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, GM Mike, with your comments in regard to Councillor McDonald's suggestion about removing part 2 of the recommendation, I refer to the comments made by Councillor O'Shea, where he's talking about, we've got this sustainable transport strategy from 2014, and unfortunately to date, the trend has not materialised. So what we'd like to see happen hasn't happened yet. So in your opinion, keeping part 2 of the recommendation in there, does that improve council's chances and the community's chances then of meeting those sustainable transport strategy objectives?
I think it does.
Okay.
And I do take on board that you could get away with that first recommendation, councillors. And it's not a matter of arguing that element. So I suppose what it is trying to say, I think Councillor O'Shea picked it up, is that we've been static. We have been static in this space. And our investment has been probably a bit of a roller coaster ride as far as in this space. It's trying to get into a better pattern so that, another 10 years when we come back and we look at where we are today and where we hopefully get to, we can see some outcomes achieved for the effort that we've put in. The budgetary element of council is a challenging one. We know our major assets are under stress without even touching on these more minor asset classes. But that said, it's a challenge, between the asset management side and in this case, a lot of it's a mix of upgrade and in some case new infrastructure to a lesser extent, but some of that's there. The other element there is also we are starting to work with some of the developers. For instance, Barracks Road, where one of the developers there has a major development going in, and so part of Barracks Road that's being constructed there now is taking on board part of that principal cycle network element. So we are trying to bring this in more integrated into various other areas of council as well. So that's what I suppose too, maybe if you feel it's a double up, that's fine, but it's also giving staff and advisory committees such as RAPTAC some encouragement that council's on the same page and willing to move forward.
Thank you, Mike. Madam Chair, through you, we've spoken previously in this chamber about whether or not the prioritisation model reflects the desires of council's priorities. And hearing what is being said around the room, there is a real desire for increased cycle and footpath infrastructure. But then hearing what you're saying, Mike, there's a disconnect between when projects go through the prioritisation model, what falls below the line and what gets up. So in your opinion then, do we need to do work on the prioritisation models so that cycle infrastructure is more heavily weighted and has a better chance of being approved through the budget process?
That's possibly part of council's discussions as we move into the budget process. Exactly. That's probably where that needs to be sorted through. And obviously you're also looking at your corporate plan, which will also indicate some of those key, lifestyle elements. What is a sustainable and bright future for our region? What does that actually mean? And what level of investment does that actually require? So it's probably, in respect to today, it's probably a broader question. Because council will note over recent years we have had to commit, X dollars a year to footpaths, X dollars a year to low-cost seals, X dollars a year to low-cost rural seals. And, just to get them, so we've got
above
2
the
or
line,
3
yeah.
projects above
The line.
above the line. Cycleways tends to fall into that sort of category of infrastructure where it never gets to the top. So it's always going to be in that, at best, that mid-range of priority for council. And that's in some cases, at times, that's may be where it has to sit. But, trying to plan for the future and take the work that's been done here and actually, in the background, be investing in sort of concept development and transport planning initiatives in detail, that takes a degree of time and commitment.
If I could just make a comment there, Councillor Shine, and we worry about having fast food areas around schools and things. One of the areas that needs to be focused on and having a good investment in cycleways and putting in missing links. There's an untapped very few school children walk, and this isn't just about cycling, this is about walking as well, walk or cycle to school. In fact, the state schools are taking out their cycle racks, which is an absolute disgrace. They've taken them out from state schools, and I would appreciate any encouragement you could have for them to stay there. But we are one of the most obese communities in Queensland. And you know, we're talking about this, we get hung up on cycling, it's important, and off-road cycling is not so much for the professional cyclists, but for the children and the families and you know, keeping healthy. And even if everyone walks, even people go on scooters and stuff on good wide pathways. So I think that we need to have a think about backing up what we say with some action. So it's about livability, it's about healthy communities as well as trying to get people off the road. I don't think we're going to get cars off the road. I think it's in addition to driving that you can cycle on the weekends or whatever. And I have thought about this. I do agree. It's up to you, councillors, and we're in your hands. But I do agree that it is time to send a message to our community that we are serious about this. Councillor Melissa?
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Chair, sorry. I just want to say I would like to move the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Moved by Councillor Melissa Taylor, seconded by Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff. Do you want to debate it?
Yep, I do.
So, Councillor Melissa, did you want to speak?
Thanks, Chair. I'll reserve my right. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think all has been said. To be fair, during the conversation, the General Manager, Mike, gave me an opportunity to talk to that. This isn't about not doing something. This is about a process that we have, that we can follow. The number one in the recommendation does what you're after. It does achieve that. When we get through that process, the budget process allows for that prioritisation model, which will be a discussion for us close to the budget formation. We also have strategic planning days. We have other things that will set the tone of this organisation, and we're hearing this from the community. So we have an opportunity then from a corporate plan perspective, as you've mentioned, right the way through to our planning scheme and how that can influence the future outcomes. I do think that having number two in the motion, although I certainly don't disagree that we should consider additional funding, number one in the motion actually sets a more appropriate path in which we should do that, and it would then be up to the council to decide on where that sits from a prioritisation and how it fits with all the other budgetary considerations. So item number one covers off exactly what everyone wants to achieve without putting a flag up the pole now without going through the correct process. So I'm fully supportive of item one, and it achieves what item two asks as well.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Speaker 4, Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm happy to speak in favour of keeping part 2 of the recommendation in there, because while I acknowledge Councillor McDonald's sentiments, the correct process to date has got us to the point where our take-up levels are static. So we can wait for a corporate plan to inform our budget prioritisation, but that's years away. And I think time's of the essence with this, and with explicitly stating this, we're not committing additional funding, we're considering additional funding. And that really expresses the sentiment of this council that we want to do more in this area. So I appreciate the proper process, but the proper process since 2014 hasn't really got us where we'd like to be. So we need to do something else.
Thank you, Councillor Von Hoff. Against, Councillor O'Shea?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, and you acknowledge the comments have been made, and I think the key thing with this is we're all probably looking to get the same outcome, so it's probably not a bad thing to be debating. I support Councillor McDonald with backing up what he said before about it. It's not necessarily about not doing something. It's more about that priority. And I think when we talk about all these priorities and all these pressures that exist, this is the room, these are the people around the room that set that priority. So I ask you now, somebody tell me, where does this priority sit? Like, can anybody tell me that? So where does this priority sit in reference to everything else that we've got a priority over? So I feel as though as well, to add to that, is that we've also got the Sustainable Transport Strategy, which is under review, which we just closed for feedback last month. This report is saying, again, as it's outlined a little bit earlier, just around that the position on our targets for that are static. So what if the feedback to that, again, obviously changes our priorities around this again? So I just feel as though we achieve what we want to achieve through item 1, and in item 1, it essentially does say what we're saying in item 2, that it'll inform future annual capital budget development. So for that reason, as I said, I speak against the motion, but like, as I said, we're all looking for the same outcome here, but I just don't feel that the addition of 2 adds any benefit to the outcome at this point in time that we are seeking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. Speaker 4, Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I am very much a stickler for process. I just wonder whether we're splitting hairs in semantics on the meanings of words here, because all of this goes through a process, the whole lot. We're not going to actually step outside of our prioritisation model. Consider doesn't mean commit. I think if I pick up a little bit of what the GM's saying is we're probably aligning ourselves to the opportunity more so around the Transport Department and the opportunity for some funding in the future by clearly stating that it's a consideration of the 10-year capital works program, which, whether that point 2 is in or out, it doesn't seem to make a lot of difference to me. I think we're not going to stray from our process on an item by item or topic by topic. I think that would be futile. I don't see that we're sort of achieving any greater risk by putting that in or achieving any less by leaving it out. I think it's just a compliment to say, you know, we're sending a clear signal to the Transport Department that yes, we are seriously considering these sorts of things, and other funding bodies, perhaps federal, I don't know. But I just think we're probably debating over splitting hairs here. I can't see us stepping outside the process.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Anyone speaker against? Would you like to wrap up, Councillor Melissa Taylor?
Thank you, Chair. I think I've made my stance quite clear already, and my main point was point 1 says to inform future annual capital budget development, and point 2 says we're considering additional investment. So in my mind, we aren't going around process. We are actually informing the process, and we are encouraging the process. And as I have said time and time again in the last 2 years, this act of transport falls below the line time and time again. And there is the notion, build it and they will come. And the fact that our community is noted for the obesity is horrific. And we can't sit back and put our hands under our laps and not be active around this table and encourage people to get out and be active and be healthy and encourage our children to walk to school. Let's create the walking buses and the cycling buses to school. But we can't do that if we don't have the infrastructure. And this recommendation is encouraging us and encouraging groups in our community that we are here to consider this investment. We're not just here to inform, but we are here to consider. And it's up to us around the table to follow due process and we are following due process by considering additional investment. And I think that that's so important for the lifestyle and the health of our community, and that's what it comes down to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. So it's moved, Councillor Melissa Taylor, seconded Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff, that we endorse the PSA Consulting Australia report, the accompanying Cycle Network Prioritisation report, and associated GIS Excel tool as key documents to further support cycle network planning in the region and to inform future annual capital budget development. To consider additional investment in cycling infrastructure to deliver new and improved cycle/shared path facilities, as noted in this report, as a basis to the development of the 10-year capital works program. Those in favour? Those against? It's carried. Thank you. So we move on to item 4, which is the 2022 Disaster Recovery Funding Arrangements Program, Priority Works. Is Steve? No, you're Mike. Okay, so it's put together by Steve Petrie, who's our Principal Project Manager, and I'll ask our General Manager, Mike Brady, to present the report. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Steve Petrie sends his apologies. He's home with COVID. And that's been one of our many challenges across our organisation. Councillors, this report focuses on the opportunity to get moving with some reconstruction works, in essence, really after the 20th of August this year. So we're currently in the emergent phase of the May event. We've had 4 major floods, which have culminated into 3 declared state events. The normal process would be that we would, at this time, as we are doing, putting submissions together, and over the next couple of months, we'd be putting those submissions through to Queensland Reconstruction Authority, and within about a period of about 3 to 6 months, we'd get the approvals through. That would indicate the green light in regards to funding or approving and supporting funding towards the works that we need to do. It's going to take us, to do all the submissions, it's going to take us probably towards the end of the year before we get through even doing all the submissions. And as we've indicated, it's in the circa of $100 million of damage out there on the network. In the interim, there is a lot of pressure on council to be, in many ways from our communities, very high expectations that we get out there and be reconstructing straight away where we possibly can. So in essence, what this is asking council is to give that support to move forward in getting underway with the reconstruction works. There is, we've had extensive discussions with QRA to date, and I was in meetings again this morning, and they continue with our team in respect to this program works. And as the guidelines, the REPA guidelines indicate, works can commence prior to receiving approval of funding by QRA. There is that little caveat to there. They, if they do have that, if things aren't, eligible in the subsequent submissions, we may not get full funding. But the likelihood of that occurring is very, very low. So we've got high confidence, both with our discussions, as noted in the reports with QRA, that anything that we've flagged in front of council here today would be fully funded in due course. We planning from a capacity point of view to move straight into whatever reconstruction works we can post as we come out of the emergent phase. And I think that's what we'd like to do at the end of the month. We've got teams there and keep them moving and doing what we can to get the road network back to where it is. Presently, we've got the bulk of our teams right across our region. We've done over 5,500 emergent works locations since November last year. And that, as I said, that work's continuing today. So the recommendation of the report is just to, because the quantum is of the level that before we go through our formal budget review processes in October, that we give the CEO the authorisation that we can move forward on this work in the interim, noting that we'd tidy up the financial side. Again, I just reiterate, it should be very close to being fully funded. There'll be a mix of mainly operational budget items, but there is likely to be a level of capital in that space as well. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr Bodie. Any questions of Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mike, for bringing this to us. This is not dissimilar to what we've done in the past with other measures, prior when we're unsure of the funding coming through. But there's a pretty high level of certainty from what we're hearing from yourself in regard to and if there was a shortfall, it would not be of significant quantity. So you mentioned around getting our works happening, which is fully in favour of getting them going ahead. Just in regard to the capacity to deliver, do we have to deliver all of what's put through within a 2-year period? Is that what it is, or is it 1 year?
Yeah, the 100 million will have to be delivered by June 24. Yeah, right. So it's our intent to bring on significant contractors if not by the end of this year, early into the new year. We'll be doing a substantial amount ourselves, but probably more. Well, I'm guesstimating at this stage probably more than 50% will be outsourced into our local economy as much as we can reasonably do. And so there's a lot to be done there. We also use a lot of subcontractors. A lot of subcontractors come on board through our wet and dry hire contracts that we have already established to support our teams out there, so that we can, in some cases it might be graders and rollers and others that the smaller companies around our region have available for us to take on board.
Terrific. So the list, if I could, Madam Chair, the list that's included in there, and thank you for including that, it would then flow through if it goes through next Tuesday, flow through to the Power BI, and the community could see when these roads, or we could see as councillors when these roads are coming on. Is that how it would work?
The program currently in Power BI, the program says a whole program, but that said, as in obviously the detail of what goes in the Power BI, these under what you see from a public or council perspective is at probably that higher level. What we've done here is in this listing is just produce what is typically presented to QRA to that level of granular detail. In time, what you will see over coming months is that granularity under the 2022 flood restoration program. You'll start seeing the roads being populated into the budgetary elements of council. So those line items, and they'll probably come in at road level only, and then under that, because these sit under all the other general ledger stuff, the detail.
Okay, I mean, this is works that we need to do. Budget, when we put the budget together, we're quite firm on, this year needs to be, a clear focus on getting the flood works, the roads back and what have you. So this is a good way to make sure that keeps moving forward. I look forward to BR1 when you come through and see how that looks from a P&L and a balance sheet perspective. But, I appreciate the detail that's gone into this, so thank you.
And the team's been working with QRA, so they're reasonably confident, aren't you, Mr. Brady, that it's all fine?
I hate putting numbers around this, but 2011, I think we're up around that 99% that of all eligible, what we put forward for funding. In a $250 million program, council, with all the betterment and complementary works, spent in the order of about 12 to 15%, around about 30 million into that 250. But this is not focused on that element. This is focused on the works that are fully funded, and I'd be suggesting very close to the 100% that would be reimbursed through to council.
And these are the priority ones that the teams have picked out.
To give a council also, as we presented last week, and I sent out that information session last night just to refresh council's mind, there is a full project team which has our finance team on board, has a role for the next 2 years. There's an accountant under our finance team's stewardship, being connected and paid for under this program. So there's a huge financial element to this whole program, and particularly with all the grant funding elements that are coming into it's pretty complex this time round.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Mike, is this specifically around road infrastructure? And the reason I bring the point up is I brought some matters up this morning that could be identified as failures in sewage systems or wastewater systems. Is there any chance that those sort of things can be brought into it if they've been identified as a problem?
Yeah. This report itself is around essential public assets, which is just, in essence, the road infrastructure. In regards to what was discussed this morning, I was listening in on those discussions. We've been working very closely with water and others to see what we could bring in respect to our damage that we've had to water and waste infrastructure, as well as the public issues, the sewage backflows and stuff like that. To date, we've tried a number of avenues, even with the different grant fundings that are coming out, and we had meetings with QRA. Because of the scale of our water and waste operation, council, we cannot apply for funding or support funding. There's no grant funding available at the moment for that type of damage. They've got their guidelines, and we've put this point to QRA, to the state, a few times now in our discussions to see if there was a way of getting a little bit more support in that space. To date, other than that immediate support that an individual can get, there's elements of support an individual can get in regards to being displaced from their home for a period of time. And that's more through the social and humanitarian type grants that are available. But when it actually comes to the infrastructure or improving infrastructure that may have, and I underline that, may have contributed to these issues, at the moment there's not a funding stream that would support that.
Councillors, this is priority works, not emergent, but works that because otherwise it would be up to 2 years for some of these things. So the teams prioritise. So this is the road network prioritised, and before we've actually, so it's not any of those other things, Mr Mayor.
Well, I simply thought it was a question worth asking
Yeah.
under the
Yeah, no,
circumstances.
and-
Can I also say that Major General Jake Elwood has received an invitation to come to the Carnival of Flowers, which I think is quite fitting, given our association with him and the relationship we've built.
Indeed, yes. Questions? Any questions? Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I can just get this squared away in my mind. And there's a lot of acronyms to get around. So can I just understand that when there is an event, and I understand the difference between the emergent and then the priority works, and we're talking about the priority works here, and Madam Chair, you just talked about it can take up to 2 years. So the QRA, which is the state, is the body that says, yes, this is deemed, you are granted approval for this to, for you to seek funding through the DRFA, which is the federal. Yes.
It's
75-25, okay. So then, like the last item we just discussed, actually, to me, it feels like what we're dealing with here is sort of the symptom, not the cause. And it strikes me that the timelines here are something that not just our council, but all local governments actually really need some help with from our other levels of government, because if we're having these events that are causing works that are needed, but the approval process is so lengthy, then there's only two options. Either one, council goes through a degree of exposure because they take on the costs themselves for a period, or we do nothing and the community suffers. So that I feel like from a fixing the cause perspective, it's those timelines with the state and the federal governments that really would be, it would be fantastic if they were sped up.
Yeah. Look, I know we understand very much what you're saying there. The unfortunate thing for us this time, and typically, like if you compared to say 2011, and to a certain degree, it was, I'll call it one event. It sort of happened, and then it started to dry out, and we were able to get moving. That said, it wasn't until nearly the end of the year that the approvals were running through the system. I'll just make it very clear too. We only work directly with Queensland Reconstruction Authority. They, in the background, have already got all the agreements in place at a state, federal level in regards to funding that. So we don't engage with the federal government at all in any of this. The only people that may engage with us at some point might be the Audit Office, the National Audit Office. That occurred once in 2011, post-2011 flood. There was about a lot of auditing that went on. Because it is that expenditure of public funds, and that's got to be very much accounted for, there is a very detailed set of processes and steps to go through. We've been unlucky in some respects that we've had the 4 events, so we haven't been able to get out of the emergent phase. Each time, many of the roads have been hit for the 3rd or 4th time through those events. So our teams and a lot of support subcontractors that we've had on have just been, as I said, 5,500 locations in the last 10 months that they've gone out to do just to keep the network operational. A huge, huge effort, and still today. What we've got happening in the background, and has been happening for the last month or two, has been starting to put these submissions together. And there's a couple of different elements to those submissions. This is one area of the work that's being done at the moment. What can we get in and get done and move on straight away? And that's what we've called priority works, and that's what I see here today, flagged to council. in the background. There's many elements of work happening for betterment. We'll be putting, hopefully, in betterment submissions before, a number of them before even the end of this month. We put in last Sunday, week ago, we put in for the environmental parks and gardens space. There's about a $2.2 million submission in there under an EOI to pick up on through some of the grant streams that are there. So there's a lot of opportunities. We've got a team through Oricon as our principal consultant. They're supported by Cardinals. We've got a team of about a dozen engineers and support officers there working on this full time as we stand here today. That team will probably grow on the ground as we move more into this reconstruction phase. And we'll probably peak somewhere between 20 plus people there. So over the coming months, the team's building a lot of data sets and that are happening. It is that accountability at the end of the day. We'll probably go through some audits. We had 3 state audits through the Queensland Audit Office, post 2011-13 events. We had 1 federal audit. So a lot of this has to, ultimately you've got to cross the T's and dot the I's.
And it's not just us, the frequency of events is a problem across the country, and those councillors who were in Canberra for the National Local Government Association convention heard particularly from Blue Mountains and Lismore, for instance, and Northern Queensland as well, that they're not even done the paperwork of one event when they're hit by another event. So I do think that the bigger issue is some of those processing times in the approvals processes, and it doesn't mean that they have to be jeopardised or diminished in any way to allow for the acquittal process. The acquittal process has to be absolutely robust. It's a comment, though, that we've got to get funds on the ground faster.
And we have no control over that, Councillor Rebecca. And there was comment down there, and Lismore's been badly hurt. Gympie also has been, and Lockyer down at Grantham. And we're one of the ones that, there's very few that have had the 4 events, though, as we have.
Yeah, look, could we move quicker than what we're doing? I think we're doing our utmost to move as quick as we can, because the resources that we need, every council in South East Queensland needs now right at the moment as well, and Northern New South Wales. So, we're dealing with COVID. If you look at the challenges that we've got around, we put this in front of council last week.
Sorry, there was a workshop last Wednesday, yes.
If in the world that we're in at the moment, material supplies, all the resource constraints that we have, vacancies, everything, I think the team's doing a fabulous job. They are putting huge effort in. I know the teams on the ground are pretty tight.
Please don't misunderstand me in the slightest. I'm not. This isn't a comment.
No, Councillor Rebecca.
And as a new, it's saying that the
and as a new councillor,
we're all in this situation.
Some of us have been through this, and so we understand. And we have no control over that, and that's just how it is, and we have to work with it. And no, nobody's. We understand your frustration. We've all been through it, but we know we can't do anything about it. But I do, at this point, want to express council's thanks to our team. I think since, there's just been emergent works and data collecting and with 4 events, and I think we need to, and I do pass on behalf of us to our teams, thank you for their dedication and going beyond the call of their positions, because I believe most of them have, and put us in a good position, and you too, Mike, I have to say. But, we just need to go on with this. What we're looking at today is for council to accept that we're going to go forward with this, And that way, it's keeping a bit of faith with our community. As Councillor Rebecca says, the community finds it difficult. I think we all do. We understand in this room that it can take up to 2 years. We've just finished 2020 event. So, I mean, or not quite finished.
Yeah.
We have finished it. So, I mean, we understand that. That's how it is, but it's difficult for the community to understand. So that's why this has come forward as priority works, so that the teams can have the confidence to get out there and get on the ground, be seen, and they're not called priority for fun. They're there because we believe they are, and get those pieces of the network fixed anyway. So we understand the frustration, but I mean, personally, it would be great if we could change it. Don't believe we've got any hope at all. So that's just how it works. But are there any more comments?
No, I'm just happy
Are you happy to move
I'm
it, Councillor McDonald? Thank you. Moved Councillor McDonald, seconded Councillor Melissa Taylor, that the Chief Executive Officer be delegated authority, I'm sure he won't be. Sorry, I'll start again. The Chief Executive Officer to be delegated authority to commence reconstruction of essential public assets as noted within this report prior to formal funding approval from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, and that the budget be amended accordingly at Budget Review 1. Those in favour? Thank you very much, councillors. That's
Thank you,
carried.
councillors.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Rodney. Thank you, all our team. Thank you. Finance as well, I have to say. Thank you.
Move the adjournment.
Councillors, I
Madam Chair.
think, yes, Mr Mayor, I think we might adjourn for lunch and come back after lunch. And can I have someone move that, thanks? Moved Councillor O'Shea, seconded Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? Thank you. Welcome back to the resumption of the Infrastructure Committee meeting for August. Our next item is in confidential. So can I ask for a motion to go into a closed session, please? Moved Councillor McDonald, seconded the Mayor. Those in favour? Thank you. we have a recommendation there that Council authorise the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate a level of assistance as outlined in the confidential report entitled Property Drainage Matter, Request for Assistance. Moved Councillor McDonald, seconded Councillor Carl. Those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. And that ends the Infrastructure Committee meeting for August. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Rodney.
I think I gave it to you, Carol. Okay, so item number 8 is the Heritage Advisory appointment of one new committee member. Can I have someone move that? Councillor McDonald and Councillor Shine. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Item number 9 is the Environment Advisory Committee amendment to terms of reference and appointment of one new community committee member. Can I have someone move that recommendation? Councillor O'Shea and Councillor Antonio. All those in favour? It's carried. Last one is the Planning and Environment Court Appeals and Compensation Claims for July 2022. Can I have someone move that? Councillor Carl and Councillor Taylor. All those in favour? Excellent. That's the closing of the meeting at 2:30.
Angus, are we back? All right, thank you. So we're at item number 7 on the agenda, the confidential item, Southern and Darling Downs Regional Water Supply Assessment. And the recommendation is in 2 parts. That Council 1, note the update in this report on the Southern and Darling Downs Regional Water Supply Assessment. And, sorry, councillors for that, I just wanted to check something. And 2, formally seeks consideration of nation-building projects that extend beyond the current 30-year horizon in the scope for the prioritisation of projects. Can I have somebody move that? Councillor McDonald, seconder, Councillor Antonio, all of those in favour? That's carried unanimously. And that's the end of the Water and Waste August Committee meeting. Meeting is closed at 3:33 p.m. Thanks, councillors.